Oh, hello everybody. Welcome to another Tuesday night. I'd forgot about that intro until just a little bit ago. I hope you enjoy it. That's my December intro by one of my favorite bands, Theocracy. The outro is similar. So welcome everybody. This is going to be a review of the debate I attended this weekend. About a month ago, a pastor in a church in Tennessee was spoken to by somebody in his church about flat earth. And he's like, that's dumb. And he spoke about it during Sunday morning. And then Dean Odle, who's a flat earther and a pastor and knows the same guy, Greg Locke, took offense. So a bunch of stuff went around back and forth. Greg said, well, let's do it. Let's do a debate. Specifically, the debate theme was to be on whether or not the Bible says that the earth is flat. We'll get into specifically if it was held to that or not later. But so it was quite something. So once again, to review, Greg Locke is the Glober pastor, and Dean Odle, he's the bald one. You'll see in a bit, just to help you distinguish who's who, is the flat Earth pastor. Dean Odle has been around a long time as a flat earther. He was buddies with Nathan Roberts, who I debated in 2019. So it's been a while. So all right, I'll cover for you what the format was to be. I got a bunch of clips ready to look at. The first thing they did was they sat down on chairs and they had a little discussion. It started out friendly, and then it kind of got a little unfriendly pretty quickly. They chatted for actually kind of a long time, and then Dean spoke. Dean, the presentation, it was going to be Dean does a presentation, Greg does a presentation, Dean does a rebuttal, Greg does a rebuttal. Okay, that was the format. So Dean spoke for 2 hours, 2 whole hours. And he said he had over 200 slides. So now Greg did say, and just before Dean started, Dean clarified this. Greg said, you can take all the time you want. So Greg probably hasn't participated in a lot of debates like this. That's certainly not the way to do things. You really need to have some sort of a bit of a structure you've agreed upon. I think there was some miscommunications back and forth. Dean did not know the format ahead of time too well. And somehow Dean renamed it from about the Earth's shape to the Great Creation Debate, which was a little weird because both Dean and Greg are young Earth creationists. So there's a big overlap there. So it's a bit of a misnomer, I thought, to rename it that. And Dean actually made shirts. So there's a bunch of people there wearing shirts. So, and then to the point, I know people, Greg and both are controversial pastors, and in their application of faith. I'm not taking sides. I'm not discussing those things. They're separate from this. just like other people that come on my show that are globers and other people that come on my show that are flat earthers, I tend to stick to the topic. So certainly other people will take both of them to task on other topics. Rightly so. Do it as you will. Everybody should be taken to task for everything. How about that? I'm all for that if somebody disagrees with you. So all right. How many people were not wearing shirts? Everybody there was wearing a shirt. So all right, I'm going to get going on this right here. So and then one more thing. If anybody has questions, you can address them to me. Let's see. Do I see? Oh, Industrial Nerd. Industrial Nerd if anybody has questions, do you mind helping, Industrial Nerd? Thanks. If anybody has questions, if you super chat it, I'll get to it. If you don't super chat it, send it to Industrial Nerd. Tag him. Just say question and then put it in there. And Industrial Nerd, if you could send them to me in Discord, I would love that. Let me know if you can. Otherwise, I'll ask if somebody else can. I'll go over everything. But if you are just if you're unfamiliar with this, if you saw it, and this is one of your first exposures to the topic of debating flat Earth, welcome. I'm happy to be your guide in this part of your journey. I have been doing this particular hobby of mine for over 5 years, and I do enjoy discussing it. I come from a science background. I am a Christian, but I think we just look at the science to see what the reality is. And by science, it's exploring the natural world through logic and testing. So anyway, so let's get right to the first Dean's intro thing, his first one. And all right, there it is. Here we go. Let me make sure it's going to be audible. And here we go.
These are reasons people believe that we live on a spinning ball or sphere orbiting the sun in an ever-expanding universe. These are really the main reasons. The boats disappearing from the bottom up, we say that doesn't happen. Pictures from space, we found out that that's a lot of fakery. Fisheye lens photography that creates a fake curve all the time. The alleged shadow of the Earth on the moon's surface during the lunar eclipse, that's easy to deal with. Foucault's pendulum, I mentioned that earlier. Eratosthenes, who probably didn't even exist, but his experiment works on a flat plane with a closed sun exactly, so there's no sense in that. Using that as an argument. Circumnavigation, you can go around your neighborhood or you can go around a sphere. You can do it either way and end up back in the same place. And satellites and GPS, I have a great deal about what those are from not only declassified government documents, but just available documents. And of course, grandiose scientific explanations. Now,
okay, let me jump back to that. He did not cover each of these, but I'll reference a few of them. He covered boats going over the disappearing bottom up. That's the next one. Pictures from space. He tried to address that. I've got something on that. Fisheye lens photography. What I have found is that the high altitude balloon footage. So he didn't cover that. So I'll just address it. All without any exceptions, all of the high altitude balloon footage, 120,000 feet, that claims to support flat Earth, every one of them with zero exceptions is actually a fisheye lens or a barrel distortion lens. And they've cropped a very short segment of the video to show that's below the center of frame, and that causes the curve that's there to be uncurved. And you can often see on the edges of the frame, it actually curves up. I will say I have seen a couple exceptions where they have manipulated the video. So neither are good. I have seen many videos of high altitude footage where there is not a heavy barrel distortion camera, where it's got a rectilinear lens and there is a curve. So he's a bit wrong there. Let's see. Shadow of the Earth on the moon's surface during a lunar eclipse. He did not cover, but there is no rebuttal I've ever seen for that. Every single time that a flat earther is asked about that, they change the topic immediately. They often just change the topic to selenelian eclipses, which they claim are impossible. Actually, in fact, they are completely possible, and the globe predicts exactly where they will be. Flat Earth does not predict them and does not predict where they will be seen. So that doesn't work well for Flat Earth. The reason why it doesn't predict them is because both the sun and moon are lower in angular elevation than Flat Earth allows due to perspective. He talked about Foucault's pendulum. In Foucault's pendulum, he said that all of them in museums, and maybe there are some that aren't, but certainly this is true, that they tend to have a mechanism that keeps them swinging. Flat Earthers get confused into thinking that Foucault pendulum swing is what we're talking about. It's not the swing, it's the change in orientation of the swing, that it's going back and forth one way, and over time it changes to go in a different direction. And the motor that's in it does not have the capability of changing the direction. It's simply there's either at the top an electromagnet that pulls it. It's a ring electromagnet. It doesn't change the orientation. It's equal around. Or at the bottom, as it goes across a point on the bottom, it uses magnetic pull or push to boost it so that it continues to swing. But there are non-museum Foucault pendulums. And in fact, flat earthers, if you wanted, you could test it yourself. I've not seen a flat earther test it themselves. They just make the claim and that's it. So you don't have anything to stand on. He way mispronounced Eratosthenes. It doesn't matter if Eratosthenes existed or not. Every single person on the globe could test it themselves. I've done it myself 4 times. You don't need to do it on any particular day, but it helps because we know we have a better idea conceptually of where the sun is on the solstices and on the equinoxes. So circumnavigation, well, there have been many flights that circumnavigated past the South Pole, and that is impossible on a pizza disc. The specific route that they take now, they complain, they're like, well, it has to come in straight and has to exit that same angle. No, it doesn't. It just has to do something that's completely impossible on flat Earth. So if it comes in and goes out 90-degree angle, the amount of time that it takes to fly is impossible on flat Earth. Satellites and GPS, he doesn't address them. He does talk about these government documents. He's the one that published all those government documents. He did get into them a tiny bit, but not enough. I'm not going to be covering them. I might do it in a different specific video. And then grandiose scientific speculations. Don't know what he means. He didn't address it. So now this is a good point. The topic was to be Bible, and he does this. This is not Bible. Now, if he had just stuck to Bible, then it wouldn't have been as interesting. This did make it more interesting because the Bible is just claims. Coming from a Christian, it's just claims. But he broke that agreement. To my knowledge, it was an agreement. If it wasn't an agreement to him, fine. I'm not going to hold him too hard to that. But when he starts making claims about science, about facts, about reality, that's different than your personal interpretation about what the Bible says. You are free, truthfully, to say whatever you want about how you interpret the Bible, and you're not lying. Okay? When you make claims about reality and they're wrong, when you're telling a lie, then you're lying. I'll get into that in a bit here. So let's check his number 2 right here. Here we go.
I'm just going to show you this. Of course, we've all seen this. If the boat went over a curve, there'd be no way to bring it back. But as you see when you zoom in, the boat's there. Now, if it's over a curve, you can't see it. Nothing would enable you to see that boat.
But that's not over the curve. You can see there in front of the boat are waves, and behind the boat are waves. So it's not behind the curve, and when you zoom out, it's not behind the curve. right? So this is a straw man here. He is showing, he's claiming that this is what we're talking about when we say that boats are obstructed bottom up with increasing distance. So he's being dishonest. And so this is what I'm talking about when I say that he could have, in my eyes, not perjured himself, but he chose to when he brought this up, because this is a lie, Dean. This isn't over the curve. We don't say that this is over the curve.
I don't care how powerful your zoom, but when you zoom in, the horizon's empty, and you zoom in, and the boat's there. They're not disappearing over a curve. They're just getting out of our ability to see it.
And yes, they are too small to see. That's true. But it's in this case, but not in the actual case that we talk about. And for that, I have a video from Dazza the cameraman here. Let me. So here he has. Here Dazza is in New Zealand, and he is. You can see him a little bit. There's these 3 ships there, and he zooms in a little bit, but you can see it's hard to see. It is a little hard to see. But there's 3 ships to the right of that smaller island there, and I'll move ahead here. There you can see a little better. We move in a little more. All right, so there. I hope you can see that. There's a boat in the middle. That's the closest. And then just to the left of that is another boat that's similar. And you can just see the tops of the whatever things are sticking up. You do not see at all the hull of the ship. So that hull is over the horizon. So when we talk about bottom-up obstruction of boats, this is what we're talking about. Right? Now, they say, flat earthers say, and Dean says that zoom will bring it back over the curve. Let's see if zoom will do it. This is with a P900 or P1000. This is a P1000, the flat earthers' camera of choice. If they are right, if zoom does bring it back, then that boat there on the left, you will see the hull as he zooms in. But will you? Didn't get any there. So Daz has taken a screenshot of that at this zoom level. And now he's going to zoom in more so that we can compare them in a minute to see when he zooms in all the way. So there is farther in, and there's farther in still. And so here he's showing partial zoom and full zoom. Same amount is obstructed. So Dean Odle, you lied when you said that things will get brought back from over the curve with zoom. This is not bringing it back. Now, Dean could be just a sheep. In his defense, Dean could be a sheep and is just repeating something that somebody else said. So, Dean, if I am mischaracterizing you by calling you a liar, please feel free to correct me and assert that you are a sheep instead of a liar. I will happily retract my claims that you are a liar if that's the case. And then even further zoomed in, this is all the way in, the same amount of obstruction. Zoom did not modify the amount of obstruction at all. No difference in the obstruction. Zoom does nothing. So Dean, you lied. Dean, you lied. All right. Let's have a look at this one.
So that is another misnomer. Here's the video I showed you about perspective. There's the guy walking away, and you notice that his feet are disappearing. And he goes up to his knees, and up to his waist. He's walking on a flat football field, but he's disappearing from the bottom. You know, the Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these people say, oh, you want to know how it's curved? Watch the boat go over the horizon. I mean, they still say this, and I can't believe that they don't know this. Right? I think they intentionally deceive us.
All right, so look at that. That is over 100 yards, which is 300 feet. There's 3 feet of obstruction. Now, this is obviously a curved football field. But let me show you right here. Dean's lie right there on screen. He said it's on screen says flat football field, but listen to what Dean says.
And you notice that his feet are disappearing. There's the guy walking away, and you notice that other is here's the video I showed you about perspective. There's the guy walking away, and you notice that his feet are disappearing. And it goes up to his knees, and up to his waist. He's walking on a flat football field, but he's disappearing.
There it is. He said it was a flat football field. So there's Dean's lie. Dean, you lied again. That's not a flat football field. But let's take your claim for a second, and let's say that some unknown thing in all of history, in all of science, nowhere in the annals of science do we find nothing causing something to be obstructed. This is what this is you're claiming. So there's about 3 feet of obstruction over 300 feet of distance. So a mile is 5,000 feet, right? And there's 300. I don't know if it's linear or not. You guys have no clue. There would be 17 times as much obstruction over 1 mile. So we have 3 feet, 17. So over 1 mile, there would be 51 feet of obstruction, according to flat earthers. If this is correct, 51 feet, let's call it 50 feet in a mile of obstruction is necessary according to what you claim to be physics. Well, we'll test that. We'll get a chance to test that later, won't we? Won't we? We will. We'll come back to it.
We know that we've caught them photoshopping clouds and stuff. They create these images of Earth. They're not real pictures. Even the guy who did the blue marble says it's photoshopped because it has to be.
He said, listen to the words he said at the very beginning.
We know that we've caught them photoshopping clouds and stuff.
He says we caught. Now, when you say we caught, it suggests that there is some deception, that they claimed that it was not Photoshop, right? But was it actually claimed to not be Photoshop? Well, let's see here. Here is, that's not it. But no, in fact, it was labeled as it's labeled as Photoshop. It's never labeled, this was never labeled as an original photograph from high elevation. Never was. In fact, when you reference this, Dean and other flat earthers, what you're doing is you're referencing that what he did here. He's talking about the MODIS satellite, which is a satellite orbiting the Earth. So this photo was a composite of multiple photos taken by a satellite orbiting the Earth. If you disagree with that, why would you reference this? Right? It doesn't work that well for you, buddies. Anyway, if you want, you can have a look at some of the other things from that same satellite. Here's their website. In fact, they have a picture of the day. There you go. There's December 5, December 4. Now, I happen to have driven across country recently because I went to the debate in Tennessee, and this was December 1st. This was the day I was driving, in fact. And I specifically, we planned, because I live in Minnesota there. You can see Minnesota. So this is from the satellite that Robert Simmons was talking about. I live in Minnesota. I specifically drove far enough to get south of that snow. You see that snow there? I drove all the way into Missouri the first night. All the way down a little bit north of St. Louis, Missouri is where we stopped for the night, so that we could avoid that snow and not drive through it in the morning and not have it snowing on us at night. Because we brought our camper, and we sleep fancy style in a Walmart parking lot. So we picked a Walmart that was south of this snow. So I know that this is the snow cover. I went through it, and on the way back I went through it again. So, all right. Let's see. I got another here from Dean here. Oh, geez.
Here's 2 pictures they tell us are from space of the Earth. I want y'all to look at North America. Which one is correct? Because the one there, the big one, Seems like North America is taking up a big section of the ball there, much bigger than it really is.
So now let's go back to this here. He didn't, let's see, there it is. Where'd it go? Oh, all right. Well, forget it. This is, he didn't look it up. This is the actual website. This is from the Epic Discover satellite. So this is the actual page he had up. He had just posted a meme. It looked like he didn't actually do the lookup on it. So that one is from about 1.5 million kilometers away. And this one is the other one he found. Let's jump down here. This one here, this blue marble from Suomi NPP. This is a composite image. It's a composite again, right? The other one, this one, is a single frame photo from Epic Discover, which is 1.5 million kilometers away. And this one is a composite. Now, why did you choose that one? Why didn't you choose, maybe a different one? You could have chosen, now you didn't make the meme, of course, you just repeated the meme blindly. You could have chosen this one. This would have been a fine one to choose because it's a similar distance away to what that, or a similar size to what that one showed. Now, the problem is that they're different distances away. And if you're a different distance away from something, you're going to see a different amount of it. So, I mean, this is really easy to see. Again, here, this is the 2012 composite on the left. And on the right is a different one. Don't know exactly. It doesn't matter for this one. The important thing is the bottom row. Those three globes are the same globe. Same globe. But look how much bigger North America is on that one on the left side versus on the right side. That's about how far you are away from it, and then you change the amount of zoom. Dean, you've been doing this since 2015, 8 years, and this is the level of analysis that you bring to it, Dean. Pathetic, absolutely pathetic. But it gets more than that. All right, so this one here, this is Echo Star. Echo Star is 35,888 kilometers away, and the Epic Discover satellite, I'll close this one, is that one there is 1.47 million kilometers away, quite a bit different in distance. So I did the math for what percentage of the Earth you should see from those distances. Here's a program I wrote. You've got the height of the Echo Star and the height of the Discover, right there, these two. And what percentage? So I did the actual something that flat earthers can't do. I did the math. It's right here. The formula is easy to find. You can verify it yourself. I'll run this right here. So the Echo Star is at 35,888 kilometers. Visible percentage, 42.47%. Epic Discover, 1.47 million. Amount visible, 49.79%. So almost 50%. Now 50% is the most you can see because only half of it is visible towards you. But the closer you are, the less of it you'll see because of the angle to it as it gets wider. Oh, Dean, if only you could do math. But that would be, then you would not be a flat earther if you could do math. So, all right. Then Dean played a clip from A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon.
Here's where they faked
this isn't it yet.
The big picture we had for years was Apollo 17. And Apollo 17, they said, they're at the moon 240,000 miles away. They can see the whole Earth. But look,
they didn't. This wasn't taken at the moon, Dean. You could check yourself.
They only got a picture of that little circle there. They didn't get the whole lit side of the Earth. So it proves that they weren't high enough to get it, that they faked it.
Proves that they weren't high enough to get it. Well, how high were they, Dean? Did you check? You did not. The same program, I did the math for the Apollo 17. They were 45,000 kilometers away. They were not at the moon. They were part way to the moon. And again, 43% of the Earth should be visible, according to the globe. And now, don't be confused by this. It is not linear. The angle to the around the side is a sine-cosine relationship. So a small percentage change when you're up towards 43, 44% will expand this circle a large amount. That circle over on the right there. So the percentage that you're seeing there is the correct amount according to the globe. Dean just did not do the math. So rather, I'll give you this, Dean. Maybe you're not lying about this one. Maybe you're not smart enough to understand this topic. And so, Dean, I will happily retract that you're lying. Should you just contact me, I will change it to you're not smart enough. But take your pick. Or you could just be, a sheep and you're just blindly parroting a meme, because this is a meme I've seen before on Facebook. You just parrot memes. No science behind this, Dean. You didn't do anything. You didn't do your own research. So yes, so it could be that you're lying. It could be that you're dumb. It could be that you're a sheep. Feel free to correct me, Dean. Which one is it? I'll retract the incorrect claim and replace it with the correct one. All right, now we go to a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. I won't play much because Bart Sabrell has a habit of trying to strike people. So I'll just do this little clip here.
Dated July 18th, 1969, Neil Armstrong condemns himself as he states that he is 130,000 miles out, or halfway to the moon, as the NASA flight log also states on this date, when he is in reality in low Earth orbit of a few hundred miles.
Now that was the video that Dean played. That was the video. Quote, they were in low Earth orbit, unquote. Dean's video asserts that they were in low Earth orbit. Now, I disagree with it, but that's Dean's claim. Because Dean played that video. Dean claims they were in low Earth orbit. You didn't pay attention. That's the first law of FLIRF. All FLIRF citations contradict the FLIRF's claim. Dean, jeez. That one, I'm going with dumb. Going with dumb on that one. All right, here we go.
That's what they say is out there. You never see those satellites and debris out there, though, in the ISS flyover feeds.
The ISS is in low orbit, and I don't know what you're expecting to see. Each of those things are very small compared to the size of a car, maybe. And there's thousands of them. Well, Dean, there's millions and millions of cars. If you go out to the wilderness, you don't see any. Why not? There's millions of cars. Well, there's more room in space than there is on the surface of the Earth. Not just because the radius is larger. That's a nominal amount. It's because it's in 3 dimensions. It's at higher orbits and lower orbits. And you don't see them if they're not lit, which they aren't always lit. And this is very important, the ISS specifically is in an orbit that does not have other stuff in it. So you wouldn't see it if it's not lit. And you wouldn't see it when you're looking down because there's not a lot of things down there. So, Dean, I think I'm going with dumb on this one. All right. Now, this is interesting. This one is.
I can show you. We saw Spool sitting on the dock at 11 miles away. That's my film right there at 11 miles away. Spool sitting on the dock. This Earth's not curved. I can tell you that right now. You can go with us and we can show you. See, let me zoom out. At 11 miles, there should be a 7-story building bulge blocking my view of what's sitting on the dock.
7-story? Dean?
I can show
Dean
you. We saw Spool sitting on the...
Right here. You see that? I have a screenshot of that I'll put up. Just a second, make sure. Yep, here it is. This is a screenshot of it. He said how many stories? He said 7 stories. But in his own video, his own slideshow, it says 40 feet. Well, 40 feet isn't 7 stories. 40 feet is 4 stories. But that's not even right. there are multiple lies on this particular one. I will start with the that one. That he lied about 7 stories when his own stuff says 4 stories. But also he lied. You see that where it says really should be 9.24 inches per mile squared? That's a lie. He said in a video, I'll not right now, but he said in the video where he did this, presented this, he's that some guy that knows AutoCAD from Texas told him that it should be 9.24 inches per mile squared because the Earth has a different radius at their latitude there. They're in Alabama. So Dean, I'll tell you what, Dean, I have $10,000 in escrow. Dean, if you can get your guy from Texas to show the derivation, the actual formula for this, that on the globe, using what we say is the radius of the globe, the equatorial radius and the polar radius, show where that formula, the 8 inches per mile squared, should actually be 9.24 inches per mile squared. Show the derivation of that. I'll give you $10,000. You can split it with the other guy. I'll give that to any flat earther. Show the derivation using our math, using a globe, where it's 9.24 inches per mile squared. I've got the money in escrow already. Dean, is it because you're lying, dumb, or a sheep? This one, you're dumb. You're dumb. You don't understand math, Dean. And sheep. You blindly accepted this guy that does CAD. And then the third lie is where it says light travels in straight lines is the assumption, right? This Earth curve calculator is the one that the flat earthers all use. A few don't, but generally they use this. This assumes there is 0 refraction. That line there that says light travels in straight lines, because it's making the following assumption that light travels in straight lines. When you actually do the analysis, you need to include that the refraction happens. Over water at low elevation, there is a large amount of refraction, and that's where flat earthers always lie, because they assert that there's 0 refraction when it's the highest refraction. This is the actual analysis right here using Bislin's advanced curve calculator. I used his observer height of 7 feet, target distance of 11 miles. Now he says that the bottom of the spools is 10 feet above the water, but I don't know if it is or not, because tides make a difference. He didn't state too much detail about what the tide would have been at the time. So, but I put in 40 feet for the target height, and a 0.3 coefficient of refraction is a conservative. 0.4 or 0.5 would be more reasonable. And how much should be hidden? 23. Apologies there for that cough. 23 feet. So let's see what his what you see in those spools. So the dock there, he says, is at least 10 feet above the water, and the almost the entire half of the spools are obstructed by the water. How is this? This isn't possible at all on flat Earth. There is nothing that should be obstructed on flat Earth. And why is that? That's because there is nothing in the way on flat Earth. He's 7 feet above the water, and he says, we'll take it for now. Let's see. That the there it is. Okay, we'll take for now that the dock is a mere 10 feet above the water. How big are those spools? I don't know. Maybe they're 20 feet in diameter. They're giant spools. You can see them on the satellite view. The satellite view. But let's do this. Let's I'll draw a little diagram quick here. Because he's 7 feet up, right? 7 feet up, and then how high is the bottom of the spool? The bottom of the spool is 10 feet, and then the spool is more than that, right? So I'll put it up on big screen for you all to look at here. So here's the diagram. There's the spool. Now you're seeing half little Little less than half. So this is the line of sight. So the water starts right here. The water starts there. The closest that the line of sight is to the water is right on the shore. And the water is continually getting farther away from the line of sight as you go farther and farther. So what is obstructing it? Well, it can't be the surface of the water. This is for flat Earth because it's farther and farther away. If it's going to obstruct it, it's going to obstruct it here. And if it's a wave, well, those are going to have to be tall waves. They have to be at least 7 feet tall on the shore, and they have to be more than 7 feet tall away from there. And I don't see anybody surfing. A 10-foot tall wave would be pretty significant there. It's in a bay, so there can't be a lot of waves like that. There's no surf there. So Earthrise says people still using these talking points. Stop. Yes, this is 2023, and he just used this in a debate. He just used it. So let me show you again. This is the water right here. There's some kid running away, but there is. Now he says he's 7 feet up. I'll give him the benefit of that doubt. I would say is probably more than that, but because how high is he from the water? Just from the shore up to the kind of the edge of where the sand starts to turn that corner. It's at least 2 feet, and then the camera's on a tripod of 5. I don't know. I would say it's more like 10 feet, but fine. Call it 7. It doesn't help because the line of sight of the light traveling from the spool to the camera is never closer than the water right here. But actually, if anything should obstruct it, it should be the dock that's right in the way. The dock is there. The dock is closer to the line of sight. It doesn't make sense, Dean. It doesn't make sense. I think you're lying again. All right. And then we have one more on Dean's science claims.
Scientists prove that Kansas is flatter than a pancake.
Yeah, he did that. He did that this weekend. He just did that a couple days ago. He never read this. I mean, this look at that right there. You see those? Here it is. I have it right here. I just took the screenshot today. Just took it today. So I'll put it up here. The Earth is slightly flattened at the poles due to the Earth's rotation, making its semi-major axis slightly longer than its semi-minor axis, giving a global F of 0.00335 for Kansas and the pancake. We approximated the local ellipsoid with a second-order polynomial line fit for cross sections. They used a curve. And they got the difference between the surface of the curve and the pancake, and the surface of the curve and the state of Kansas. That's what they used. The curve. They compared it to a curve. First law of Flerf, Dean, you destroyed flat Earth again right there. I can't believe you're still using this today. But just for reference, this is the pictures, right? Here's Dean's presentation. Here's the what I printed out today. I had to go to archive.org because they took this particular one down. So Dean Odle, if you had stuck to talking about the topic that I thought was the topic that you were going to talk about, the Bible, you wouldn't have perjured yourself, but you did. You lied. 10 of these here, right here. I just highlighted 10 lies you told. But please correct me. You could be dumb or a sheep. Correct me if I'm wrong on any of those, Dean. It was hard. So my wife was there, and she doesn't watch these debates much. She's mostly like, I can't believe that people still think that. So she is a little uninitiated. She's seen enough, but to this topic. And so she was sitting there squirming the whole time. Like, she couldn't believe that a pastor, a man of God, is lying so blatantly. It's a problem. Dean Odle spewed lies. Just vomited them out. Parroting lies after lies that other people have said. So maybe he's not a liar, he's just a sheep, or he's just stupid. Could be those. But Dean, that was disgusting. And you've been doing this for 10 years, and you, not 10 years, 8 years, and you didn't know, you never read this. You never read it. You never read it. You idiot. Yes, Dean, you're an idiot. Is that name calling? No, Dean. That's not name calling. You are truly an idiot. I'm just stating a fact. Or I tell you what, I will soften that. You could be a liar or a sheep. So anyway, it was hard. It was hard. And yeah, she was very uncomfortable listening to a claimed man of God lying like that. So, all right. So that was Dean. Now I'll show you a few things here. I kind of went into that quick. I did that on purpose. I will show you though, some of the photos that I took when I was there. Let me clear off a little of this here. And so I didn't take a ton of pictures. I wasn't there to I don't know why I didn't take more pictures, but I'll show you a few. There it is. Okay. This is a little bit before. Oh, it's not. Oh my goodness. It's not. Dog. All right. So I took the pictures with my phone, and my phone is an iPhone, so it records them as HEIC format, which is not something that Chrome will play. So let me. There it is. Okay. So this is before it started. There we go. So it's a little empty there. And let's see. I'll find another one where there's more people. Yeah, I have to convert them on the fly here. Apologies for that. So you might recognize this people here. What do you think of that? Do you recognize that? All right. This is, yeah, who's that? Who is that in the chat? Here is a view during the presentation. And this guy was in the row right in front of us. He's got a cane, like a shepherd's crook, actually. And he's wearing like a shepherd's outfit and that hat. He was dressed like a stinking shepherd. He was a flatty, one of the flatties. And so let's see here. I'll get another good one. And yeah, I know I can change the format that the my phone takes pictures in, but I like this format because it works on everything except Chrome. So, let's see, not that. There was some scuffles. Oh, geez. There was some talk between events, between things. So we've got this one here. You recognize that guy? Whitsitt was there, and Nathan Thompson was there. And if you remember anything about them, 2 years ago, I think now, Thompson allegedly stole $800 from Whitsitt, and he was allowed back into the fold. So, and so did any flirts recognize me? Yeah. He recognized me. He did a drive-by. I was in the back row with one other Glober came. Dan, I'll just say his name's Dan, and we met there. It by chance he happened to be in the vicinity, so it was good to see. Go there. Dan's in the chat. Dan L. And then that guy behind him, we called Boss Hog because everybody's talking to him. They kept talking to him. Dirth was talking to him. Everybody's talking to him. Like he was a big something. So, all right. I keep forgetting to save as PNG so I can put it up here. All right. There's another. There's just people standing. So let's see. Is this? I don't remember what this was. I got a few of Greg, the Glober pastor, talking. Oh yeah, that'll. I think I got the very end. If you watch that, oh yeah, I'll play that one in the end. That'll be one of the last ones. So yeah, I got a close up even of the blue shirt guy. Now Nathan Thompson, I don't know why, but he could not stand still. He was everywhere. He's outside. He's inside. He's walking around back and forth. He was not. I don't know, short attention span or something. So and then this one. So I'll save that for later. I'll save that for later. All right, but it's prepped. So anyway, there is a little bit of the sightseeing. I did get the video of the exit at the end, but I'll show that later. So all right. Next, I will show the clips of Dean talking about the topic that he said he was going to talk about. Now, if you have watched my video that I put out last week, where I looked at the 200 some verses that Nathan Roberts listed, and that all flat earthers seem to just love to post. If you go on Facebook and spend any time there, you will find a flat earther posting that list of 200 verses. Even more than that, in Greg's posts on, I saw either on Facebook or Twitter or both, or X, people replying with the screenshot of the 200 verses. So I addressed that. I specifically addressed the one that I knew that Dean would talk about. So now I don't have nearly as many of this. Dean actually spent more time trying to talk about science than trying to talk about the Bible, which I found weird. I mean, he thinks that it's the Bible says it. So anyway, here's one of only two.
Now I want you to notice something. He uses the term here. First of all, the waters. One thing we know about water, it always finds its level.
Does it? Does it? Well, yes, it does. It does. And level means a curved surface. Look at this. There. This is the definition of level when referencing the surface of the earth is a curve right there. So thank you for that, Dean. It's in Merriam-Webster right there, having no part higher than another conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the earth's surface. mctoon.net/level. I have a whole bunch that are specifically not cherry-picked, that are specifically applicable to the surface of the earth. If you find a definition for level that's not referencing the surface of the earth and then apply it to the surface of the earth, you are then cherry picking. You need to use the correct definition.
We use levels to build buildings and to keep them level. And the term face is a geometry term. It's a math term. And to use the term face of the earth and face of the waters is used multiple times, many times in the Bible. And what does the face mean? An individual flat surface of a solid object.
So now he put in the definition. Did you recognize that if you watched my video from last week? I specifically talked about that Nathan Roberts provided the definition for face a geometric flat surface. Nathan did that. And now here we have Dean doing the same thing. But I think it's cute that Dean chose to put a Dungeons and Dragons 4-sided die on screen here. I don't know. Is Dean? Are you a fan of? I think a lot of people would probably find it quite interesting. Would really like it to that that you play Dungeons and Dragons. What's your character class? Archer, mage? Are you like a do you like tanking up in front? What's your character's class? And your level. I think people would be interested to know. Anyway, Dean, send me an email, mc2@mc2.net. I'm sure people would love to find out your Dungeons and Dragons preferences. Anyway, but Dean does the same thing as Nathan Roberts. He provides the definition for face that you will not find in any ancient Hebrew dictionary. Not at all. Somebody says, check your okay, thank you for that. So David Brock sent me a picture that I will use. I'm going to do a dedicated video. That's perfect. Thank you for that. Man, that is awesome, super awesome. Okay, so did I finish that? Yes, I did. So it's interesting because back to this here, providing the definition for a word that's not the definition that the audience would have used is very dishonest, Dean. Very, very dishonest. So, all right. And then the second one from Dean, here we go.
It says it is turned, talking about the earth, is turned. It's not talking about spinning, because he said it means changed. That Hebrew word means changed, like you would change a potato into mashed potatoes, right? Or like a person who was clean, the word is used when they got leprosy, it says their skin changed, okay? So it's not saying spinning. He says it's turned or changed as clay to the seal or the signet ring. And so clay was a lump of clay or seal, and they would press it down with a signet ring. All right? So that gives you a flat surface with upturned edges there. The complete Jewish Bible. Anybody think the Jews know how to translate their own Hebrew scriptures? I would think the Hebrews would know that no Hebrew would get us the Hebrew correct. Okay? So here's the complete Jewish Bible. It says, then the earth is changed like clay under the seal. So they even got it in there. And then, of course, the Amplified Bible says the earth is changed like clay into which the seal is pressed. The NIV says the earth takes shape like clay under the seal.
So it seems that Dean, a fully grown adult human, is unfamiliar with the term simile. In English, similes are figures of speech. They are identified by the word as or like in front of a noun. So here it is, 3 different versions of the same simile. It is turned as clay in the first one, King James. The second one, the Complete Jewish Bible, the earth is changed like clay under a seal. And then the third one there, the Amplified Bible, it is changed like clay. And we can look at the Hebrew to see what the Hebrew says right there. That's the word that's pointed to. In Hebrew, you read right to left. You've got the letter that looks like a pie. And then, so there, that whole word is a backwards C, that way. And then the letter that looks like a pie. And then the letter that looks like, I don't know, a house with curves. And then the rotated L, right? So that first letter that's there, the C with the dots around it, that's a kaf. And then the other 3 letters is the word, the root, homer. And when you put the kaf in front of a word, it means like. It's the kaf of similarity, as Neriel explained to me. So that means like clay. It's not just a simile in English, it's a simile in Hebrew as well. It's not literal, it's figurative. So in order to assert that the Bible says that the earth is flat, you need to have things be unambiguous and definitely literal. Now, Dean spent the largest amount of time on this particular verse, and it makes sense. It's the title of his book that he wrote about flat Earth. And knowing that, Greg addressed that as well. I'm not going to play Greg's whole thing. He spent probably half an hour talking about this particular thing. I'll summarize briefly what Greg said about it. Greg actually didn't spend a lot of time talking about the metaphor or the simile. Greg talked about in the word dayspring. Dayspring is King James Version English for sunrise. Now it's in the larger chapter. It's talking mostly literally about sunrise. This is funny. Literally talking about sunrise and figuratively talking about clay under a seal. But Dean swaps them. Dean thinks that the like clay is literal and that the sunrise is figurative. And this will be important later. If you, like I said, I'm not going to play the whole part of Greg talking about it, but he went into depth about that particular meaning of the sunrise, and that this is talking about sunrise. So just take that, park it in your head. We'll come back to it later. So anyway, the format, let me remind you of the format, was Dean presents, then Greg presents. Dean spent 2 hours. And so it's almost 9 o'clock. And my wife's sitting there like, that's getting old. They were almost there. I'm like, if you want, you can go back to the campground, and I'll get home on my own. And she's like, no, I'll stick around. So, so she did. My daughter wasn't feeling well, so she was a little under the weather and just tired. So that was another. Anyway, so I will play. I think I have a couple of Greg talking, and Greg is a bit more exciting speaker. So say what you want about his positions on anything. He is a much more exciting speaker than Dean, to say the least. But yes, yeah, my wife and daughter were they toughed it out, and they were going to drop me off. This is what the plan was. They're going to drop me off at 5, and then they were going to go get some food and then come back at about 6. But we pulled in the parking lot at 5. It was full. Not full, but lots of people were there, like at 5, like, holy cow. We probably should not leave. And it's not right next to anything, and it's nighttime, and the roads are really narrow, and we're driving a truck. It's a good sized truck. So these narrow roads at night in an unfamiliar area, my wife was tired, and they're like, yeah, okay. So they stuck around, and we did not eat dinner. We had eaten lunch in Nashville it was at the campground. We hadn't eaten. We were all hungry. So anyway, here is Greg. Here is Greg's item number 1. I'm just trying to give you like enough of a feeling of Greg's thing, and then his addressing of the points here.
My gripe is not with people that believe flat earth. My gripe is with people that say the Bible teaches it. That's a totally different concept. Now look, it ain't kill the ogre time. Chill out. Chill out. I'm 5 verses in, got a lot way to go.
I played that because Dean spoke for 2 hours, and the audience was quiet. Nobody was barking at him or yelling at him or any of that. And Greg gets up there. Listen again.
My gripe is not with people that believe flat earth. My gripe is with people that say the Bible teaches it. That's a totally different concept. Now look, it ain't kill the ogre time. Chill out.
It ain't kill the ogre time. So They were disrespectful. I want to make it really clear. The flat earthers that were there were not respectful. They were rude. They were rude. They were yelling the whole time Greg was talking, jumping up, waving their arms, doing a bunch of stuff while he was talking. Everybody else was quiet while Dean was talking. Now, Dean, so another bit of background here. The debate was scheduled 6 to 8. That's what it was on their website. So the regular churchgoers from Greg's church were there. And I don't know if they expected it might be done at 8 or 9. But by the time Dean was done, a lot of people had left. And by the time Greg was partway through, almost all of the I think his regular attenders were gone. There were not many of those left. It was probably 80% flat earthers that traveled there that was left. And yeah, demonic leprechaun says flat earthers being disrespectful. Tell me it ain't so. Yeah. So listen a little more.
Chill out. I'm 5 verses in. Got a lot way to go.
So anyway, yeah, they were not being respectful. He was, they kept talking over him.
You don't get to say, I believe the Bible, the book of Enoch says. I don't care what the book of Enoch says. The book of Enoch was not even written by Enoch. And don't say things like, well, David had it on his mind when he was writing. The book of Enoch was at least 1,000 years after David.
You may have heard flat earthers talk about the book of Enoch. And yeah, they do talk about that a lot. And I would probably say that very few flat earthers were reading the book of Enoch before they became flat earthers. Right? They want to look at the book of Enoch because it has some references, some more bold references to flat earth. And they're like, it was taken out of the Bible. It was never in the Bible. So the book of Enoch is just as much the Bible as the books of Narnia are. They're not. And by the way, Narnia is flat. At the end of Voyage of the Dawn Treader, I think they specifically talk about that in Narnia, that it is flat. So, all right. Now, Greg has only been in this topic for about a month, and he did a bunch of research.
I don't care what NASA says. Did you know there is not one thing I believe about the earth that NASA taught me? I can't remember one single time. I saw one guy, he did a video. He's like, well, I got a plastic globe here, and on the bottom of it, you know why we can't trust it? Because it says, not for educational purposes. Okay, right, cool. You ever seen the back of a condom box? It says it don't prevent sexually transmitted diseases or pregnancy. It's a disclaimer, folks. There's nothing I believe about the globe that I learned from NASA, right? And I love these huge leaps of faith. Well, he went from working from Disney to NASA. So it's all fake. That is, excuse the pun, circular reasoning. That's nonsense. I don't care what NASA says. There's never been a time in my life that I've ever, NASA, can I have, I don't care what NASA says. Samuel Robotham was a long time before NASA. What was his excuse? He was a snake oil salesman that believed he had an elixir that if you drank it, you would live everlastingly.
And by the way, Samuel Robotham died. So his snake oil was snake oil. So yeah, Greg did some research. He knew who Robotham was. All right, so here he's getting, that's a little background there. So now he's getting into a little more of the metaphorical nature of what's talking about in the Bible. The topic was to be the Bible. Greg is the only one Greg stuck to it. So whether or not Dean thought that was, I don't know if he was really clear on that, but he could have saved himself from perjuring himself if he had stuck to the topic. But anyway, here's another metaphors from Greg.
There are many metaphors in the Bible. I'm just going to very quickly explain that to you, right? Think about this one. In John chapter 3, Jesus came to a guy named Nicodemus and said, ye must be born again. Well, Nicodemus had the same mindset as a lot of people in this tent. Because he was such a literalist, he said, oh, does that mean I got to re-enter my mother's womb and be born? And Jesus said, no. That which is born of flesh is flesh, but that which is born of spirit is spirit. Marvel not that I said unto thee, ye must be born again. That's the biggest metaphor in the whole Bible. And nobody in this room would have trouble with that.
Bible is highly metaphorical. The
clouds are the dust of his feet. Sometimes I play with that when I'll be sitting in an airplane. I'll look at somebody and say, hey, we just missed him. They'll be like, what? I say, look at there. The Bible says, Nahum 1:3, the clouds are the dust of his feet. Okay, look. It doesn't literally mean that God's walking around right now in the sky in these clouds and those clouds and those clouds. It's a metaphor referring to the sovereignty of God, that everywhere you look, there's God's fingerprints and footprints. It's a metaphor.
I bet flat earthers would use clouds or dust of his feet as proof somehow. I mean, they talk about earth being God's footstool. So they literally think it's his footstool. So where's his feet? All right. So Dean spoke for 2 hours about Greg. I think a little over an hour. So plus the intro, which was probably 40 minutes. So we're right around 4 hours. And then so Greg had a few things that he had gone over, and then he got the 240. He got a different list than I have the 200 because I found a good screenshot of it. Greg found the 240 verses from Nathan Roberts. They're about the same. The extra verses are just a couple extra instances, and none of them are more interesting than what's already there. But so Greg had been going over some of these, and if you saw my video, they're the same things. It is these are metaphors. Circle of the earth. Is that literal or not? Or it says face? Is face a geometrical flat surface? What about there's things that are stretched out, or ends of the earth and stuff like that? They're all metaphors. Well, so here, this is after he had been addressing that 240 verses. Now remember, this is Greg's presentation, not Greg's rebuttal, Greg's presentation.
There's 240 of them on here. I'm not going through all of them, obviously. But it's shocking to me that I can ask, and I don't even know, maybe a bunch of people raise their hand out, but I can ask, who's read this? Who's seen this?
He did that at the beginning. When he first got that out, he said, who has read this list? And just a couple people raised their hand. I did. I've read the whole thing. Just a couple people have raised their hands saying that they read the whole thing. But you go on Facebook, and that list is posted everywhere, all over the place. There's a dream in there. It's not literal. It's a dream.
Everybody's like, look at this whole full room. And these are the definitive doctrinal verses for flat earth. Do you have any more? Oh, I got Dean's list too. Got all the verses. We've already dealt with some of the verses that Dean gave me. Every single one of them. Do you need to say something? Yeah, go ahead. You got the mic. Just go ahead. Let me finish my verses, but you go ahead.
I just want to say this about that list and about Nathan Roberts. Okay, let's.
And I'm not saying you're affiliated with him.
No. No. All right. Shh. Let me. Just a second. I just want to say this about Nathan Roberts. Okay, what you're doing with that list there, you're debating Nathan Roberts, not us.
No.
Okay, hold on.
I'm telling you the Bible. And here's how I know that. Because when I discredit...
Let me finish what I say about Nathan, okay?
But I'm not worried about Nathan.
No, but you've been debating his list. Let me say what I got to say about his list. I have never posted his list because I don't agree that all of the verses refer to...
I don't believe that you...
Poor Nathan, he's about to get thumped on a few times by that bus.
Agree with all of them. Absolutely. There's some of them that are just foolish.
Now, some of them he says flat earth, but he's talking about just cosmology in general. But listen, Nathan Roberts was a young believer who I had to correct and rebuke and instruct on many things. He was a very young believer, and he was wrong about a lot of things, and he has since disappeared. Now,
Skies have a face, and then he puts this in parentheses.
He's reading Nathan Roberts' list.
A geometrical flat surface. So he imposes on us what the definition is.
That was Nathan Roberts' list that Dean Odle is distancing himself from.
Before we even read the verses.
the term face is a geometry term, it's a math term. And to use the term face of the earth and face of the waters is used multiple times, many times in the Bible. And what does the face mean? An individual flat surface of a solid object.
Geometrical flat surface.
An individual flat surface.
He's trying to distance himself from Nathan Roberts, but he's using the exact same deceptive tactics. He has redefined the word face just like Nathan Roberts did. So you don't get to distance yourself from him when you did the exact same thing, you little liar. Plus, what other verses are there? There aren't. All of the verses that is on that list is the verses that Dean was using. There's nothing else. So, and again, he wasn't responding to Dean. He was doing his presentation. His presentation is, well, let me get all the verses that claim that make that claim, and I'll address them. So there it is. All right, now we get to the end. So just to review now. Dean interrupted. The crowd is yelling. Dean stood up. Greg is like, okay, go ahead. What do you have to say? And rather than Greg finish his actual presentation, he was near the end, but rather than finish it, he was allowing Dean to come up and do his presentation or his rebuttal. But it got a little more heated, and I was there, and you could feel it. It got intense. You'll see in a second. So, remember the Dean's main verse. The main thing he wants is that it's the earth is simile like clay. It's a simile, and he's taking that literal. And then Greg is saying that's talking about sunrise, dayspring. Dayspring is the word in King James for sunrise. It's talking about sunrise. And so Greg's whole deal was talking about sunrise, and that's what it's talking about, not about the earth. It's not talking about the earth. It's talking about sunrise. That's the point, right? So this next one, you need to, that hopefully will get you the context for what does this. But they had gone up there, going back and forth. It was getting hot. People were standing up and yelling. And this is what happened.
Was about your misapplication of the ring stamping in Job chapter 38.
First of all,
hello.
Oh, hold on. I got to get it up on screen for you.
Was about your misapplication of the ring stamping in Job chapter 38.
First of all,
hello. Is it sunrise or not?
Not at all. I don't agree with you.
Turn his mic off. Get out.
Wow.
You're a Bible denier.
He now that ending, I wasn't excited about that ending, but I did like the he threw the mic and Greg slapped it out of the air. So the sunrise, the word sunrise is I don't know, mostly literal in that particular thing, and Dean takes it figurative, and the like clay is completely figurative, and Dean takes it as literal. It's this swapping. And the point of all of this is I think this is really important. Do this with me. Put on your Bible literalist hat with me for a moment. Okay? Do that. Put yourself in the mindset of these two guys here, that both of them take the Bible to be literal and inerrant. There are no errors in it, they say. Okay? That's a common position. But both of them have a dramatically different idea of what the Bible is saying. So when somebody says they think that the Bible is inerrant, which version, not translation, but which interpretation is the inerrant version? It's undefined. There is no clear, this is it, right? Keeping our Bible literalist hats on here. Which one will you choose? You can't, there is none that is absolute. So when you're looking at, and you're still with the literalist hat on and saying, the Bible says so-and-so about the shape of the earth, there is no clear, unambiguous, this is how it is. Dean needs to present that it is absolute and unambiguous. That's what he needs to present for the shape of the earth in the Bible. Everybody else that disagrees just needs to show that it's not consistent, that there is no absolute literal way to interpret it. So in that particular vein, there is no question Greg completely made his point. This is absolute. The Bible does not say unambiguously that the earth is flat. It doesn't. So when you're asking, again, I don't generally go for who won or lost the debate, but in this instance, I would say easy. If the topic is Bible flat earth, then clear. It's not clear. It's not clear. It's not clear. It's ambiguous at best. That's it. And Jason T says, short answer, who cares? And that's a good point. What shape does the Bible say? Well, everybody has as we saw, different people have different ideas, different interpretations that they apply to it. Let's go measure it. It's been done. Dean had more than 10, but I pulled out 10 of his claims. They were all lies. Flat Earth only has lies about the shape of the earth, and they never talk about the model of flat Earth. They don't say, here is why our map is right. Let's show you how global air navigation uses. They make claims, but they don't show you how. Right? You will hear them say that the azimuthal equidistant map is used in navigation, but it's not. They can't show it. Find me a navigator that's charting routes on the AE map. They don't. So Flat Earth doesn't, when you ask them to show me that the earth is flat, they don't talk about flat earth. They talk about the globe, and it's always a misunderstanding of the globe, right? They assert that refraction doesn't happen. They get the formulas wrong. They all these things about the shape of the earth, they get wrong about the globe. And then the false dichotomy. They're like, well, if you can't see all that we incorrectly think you should see, then they want you to draw the conclusion that the earth is flat. But there's still a bottom-up obstruction with no reason why. They're like, oh, that's just how it works. That's not how you explain how things work. You can't just say that's how things work. And they do that, though, because they lack the understanding. Because when they went through science class and math class, and when they're trying to examine how things work, they're like, it's all a mystery to them. They don't understand how things work. And so when somebody that they agree with says that's how things work, they're like, oh, well, that's how things work. So, yeah, so I will say easily the as far as the Bible, easy. Globe 1. Or really ambiguity 1. The Bible cannot be declared to say anything clear. So, all right, I will get to I'll get a couple more things. Some people have in comments, especially in my video that I did last week, have said, well, the people that wrote the Hebrew Bible, they did think that the earth they had some particular cosmology. And, that certainly could be the case. I'm not disagreeing with that. That was a common position of the time. But that doesn't mean that that's what the Bible says, right? So what they're claiming, put your Bible literalist hat on again. They're claiming, the flat earthers are claiming that God wants to convey that the earth is flat in the Bible. That's what they're saying. That's their implication. But it's somebody's opinion of the time. They had many positions that are incorrect, that were incorrect, and some of them got into the Bible. And they had positions that were right. So, for example, the regulations on cleanliness. If you touch something that's dirty, you need to go wash. Well, wasn't it late 1800s, early 1900s when doctors figured out, hey, we should wash our hands after we touch a sick patient? The Jewish doctors were doing that because it's part of the requirement in Leviticus. They had to do it. Oh, I touched something that was bleeding and now I have to go wash my hands. And now I can go see my other patient. What a great idea. So was that, that was a great thing. That was correct. So, and women had to leave town for a week, every month. There's some benefits to that, I suppose. Anyway, okay, I will, if you have questions, or if you were, I don't know, if you were there, or if you watched it and you're wondering if this is a new topic to you and you're curious about it, you can send me an email, mctoon@mctoon.net, and I will, I'll address it. You could tag me in the live chat. If you want to come on to talk to me because this is new for you, I would be happy to talk to you. I don't know if anybody's watching that cares, but I'd be happy to talk to you again. mctoon@mctoon.net. Daryl Frost says, right for the wrong reasons. Yeah, but put on whatever hat you want. And so certainly people will say that was God protecting his people. Some people will say that was a something that the author wanted to put in because that's what the author wanted to do. Yeah. From Chris says, from your perspective, is the Bible inerrant? And that goes right to what I said just a little bit ago. Which version of it? Which version of the Bible is inerrant? I cannot identify a version of the Bible that is the one that I should evaluate, that I can answer that question with. So I cannot even answer that question. I can't. Which one? My personal one? No, I would not claim that how I see things is the only way to see things. And you see that people change their opinion over time. And well, if you thought yesterday that the Bible said this, and now today you think it says this, well, your idea of it changed. Which one of those two were inerrant? Or is a future one inerrant? Or will you never have the inerrant idea? So I'll say no, none of us will have. Nobody can have the inerrant version of the Bible. So, there is no such Bible. It's ambiguous. There's way too much ambiguity. And if you've ever read text that is seeking to be unambiguous, you will know how difficult it is to get through some of it. I write software. I read RFCs. RFCs are specifications that are used for protocols and things like that. So I write email software. So I read. I am very familiar with RFC 5321 and 5322. I use them every day. Those are the specifications for transmitting emails and for storing the data format for emails. I know them very well. And even in those that are super, they're not the most wordy ways of specifying things, but there is still confusion about how to do it. And they're specifically written to be unambiguous. And there's still ambiguity. So which If there's no MX record, what's the process? Do you look up the A record? Well, if there's no A record, how many times should you retry? How long between retries? Yeah, this is what it says to wait between retries, but no, that's a little impractical. We're going to do something else. So, okay, questions. Industrial Nerd has a few questions that have been collected. Questions so far, some slightly paraphrased. These are silly. Do monkeys have eyebrows? I think they do have hair up there. It may just merge into the rest of their body. I would say that dogs have beards all over their body. So they have eye beards. How about that for dogs? Monkeys, similarly. Why is the sky blue? The sky's blue because of Rayleigh scattering. The particular because of the interactions with the sky. Blue light is what gets to our eyes. The rest continues out. So when there's a lunar eclipse, the moon goes into Earth's shadow, and the red light. So then it's a blood moon, they say, right? Because it's lit and it's reddish. And that's because Rayleigh scattering bends the blue light. We see the blue light, but the red light gets to continue, and that's the only light that gets to the moon. That's why it's reddish. Al Khwarizmi, how often do you have to remind yourself that RFC stands for request for comments? And that's a good point. So I didn't specify, but yes, RFC is what I use when I'm writing software, a lot of software, for a specification, RFC. And then there's a number. It's request for comment. So it is the specification for now, and they're asking for people to comment. So RFC 5321 is the most recent one for transmitting emails. But there's 2821 was the previous one, and before that was 821, and before that were some others, but really 821 was the first kind of the clear email protocol. There were some that were about other kind of versions of email that we don't really use. So, do beavers taste wood if you are what you eat? I'll pass on that. Donde está la biblioteca? What is the Bible? What is the library? The library. What? Donde está la biblioteca? What is the Bible? The library. It's a place where books are stored. So, what is the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything? That question will take a few million years to answer. So, sorry. And then this question. I'm in a room with a movie projector showing star trails on the ceiling spinning anti-clockwise. Where do I move in that room to make them appear to go clockwise? That's a great question. That's a great way to put it, because flat earthers like to claim it's about perspective. Oh, you know what? I didn't. You remember when I prepped this one. Do you remember when Dean said water always finds its level? Who is the flat earther that introduced that phrase? In December of 2014, to my knowledge, Eric Dubay is the one that introduced that phrase. This is Eric Dubay's page there. And so Dean was quoting Eric Dubay, and there's a video by Eric Dubay there. Good job, Dean. Good job quoting that guy, who also, by the way, thinks that the Führer, the German Führer from, the 30s and 40s, is a great guy. So just thought I'd add that in. I missed that from earlier. Okay. Chris says, when Christians state the Bible is inerrant, what does that mean? Well, they mean that there are no errors in it. They mean that it is, and they tend to take it literal. There's different. It could be like a 2 or 3 or 4 dimensional spectrum, but it generally tends to be a one-dimensional spectrum of Bible being complete, the Bible being inerrant, the Bible being literal. Like there's these people that take it to be those things, and then people that take it less and less so. And you find the kind of the hellfire and brimstone guys are the inerrant and literal and all that. And so Greg and Dean both are in that kind of idea there, that kind of edge of the spectrum of Bible interpretation, Bible acceptance. So that's what they mean. So, okay. I got some questions here from Super Chats. So we got Narek Hull says, 9 months, happy to support science. Thank you very much for that. And, you know, it's I don't usually do the Bible stuff. I'm a Christian, so, but for some reason, flat earthers think it's, they make it about religion. When I first started this, I'm like, oh, I'll just do a video on flat earth. And then people are like, what about the Bible? I'm like, what's the matter? We can just go check what shape the earth is. We don't need to ask somebody else. We don't need to go ask the Bible. And this is very important. If a holy book says something that contradicts reality, reality is still reality. So if you interpret the Bible to mean unambiguously, absolutely, no question, it must mean something. And if that thing doesn't match reality, you're just saying that the Bible's wrong. So that's what flat earthers like Dean Odle are saying. Dean is claiming that the Bible is wrong. Dean Odle, you are claiming the Bible is wrong. That's what you're saying. The earth is not flat. All of your claimed evidence is basically just parroted memes with no actual measurements or science behind it. You do the same thing as every other flat earther. You take your P1000, you go to the water, you pretend that there's no refraction, and then you use the wrong method for calculating the amount of bottom-up obstruction. And then when you find that there is some bottom-up obstruction, but not as much as you think that the globe has, then you declare that you think that the earth is flat, but not having any actual explanation in science with empirical backing for what's causing that bottom-up obstruction for flat earth. If you are 7 feet off the water and you're looking at a spool where the bottom of the spool is at least 10 feet above the water and the middle's maybe 20 feet total above the water, that line of sight was continuously getting farther away from the water. Yet you say this water here is obstructing the line of sight here somehow, even though it's farther than the water here. That makes no sense. And when you say that's just how it works, that's not a valid explanation for how it works, Dean. You are lying about that, and you are claiming that the Bible is wrong. And don't forget the curved football field. Yes, the curved football field that you lied about. It's curved, not flat, Dean. So what you did with that football field, Dean, is you showed that you need to have curve to bottom up obstruct something. That's what you did, Dean. You defeated yourself with that football field where on screen it said it was flat, and you did not check to see if football fields are curved or not to shed water, or if that particular football field was curved or not. You did nothing. You didn't then go out and do your own test on a football field where you got the design specs for it to see, or somehow get some way that you certified that it's flat. You did not do that. In fact, Dean referenced in some of his other videos, he said that when you look across the top of a table, things are obstructed bottom up. But flat earthers always do this, where they'll take the camera, right? And they'll put something over here, and then they'll take the camera down below the surface of the table. You can't see the surface here because the camera's down here. You see the edge of the table. When you're at the beach, Dean, You see the surface of the water. You don't see the edge of the water in front of you is a wall of water. You're above it the whole time. You always see the surface. It's a lie to do it that way. But then they'll go and they'll take a long floor and they'll say, this is flat, without any measurements of whether or not it's flat. And they'll show something where the bottom 2 millimeters of something or 3 millimeters of something is blocked, 100 or 200 meters away over a floor. Did you quantify if that floor is curved or not? In construction, they don't need to make floors flat for the most part. There's no requirement for it. Just that it's sometimes it's intentionally curved if it's concrete and it's got drains so that so water will not have standing area. It will flow to a drain. Or if it's like wooden construction and it's a long hallway, they don't need to have it be the flat. They're not going from one end to the other and doing anything to make sure that it's flat. None of that is happening. They don't care. That's not necessary. If there's a 1 centimeter, 2 centimeter variation across 10 meters, it doesn't matter. It's just fine. So you're just being dishonest when you say things like that, flat earthers, and Dean specifically. It's a shame to see Dean do that. Okay, Dave Kircher, sorry, said, thank Titicaca, it's Tuesday, and thanks to Superman for keeping us attached to the spinning globe. Well, we're going to have a Superman moment in a little bit here. Basic Info gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for that. I did just update the membership outro. So the 5 people that got the memberships, thank Basic Info. It won't be in this outro, though. I haven't had time. I've been busy since that. Citizen 9 said, a deceitful flurf, whale oil beef hooked. I guess, see what you did there. I might not have pronounced it just how you wanted me to. PhD Tony for 10 Australians says, I'm not sure how it works in Minnesota, but it's parrots who repeat what people say, not sheep. True. Yes, a sheep parroting what people said. So, yeah, let me clarify that again. Dean, you're either lying, you're a sheep that you're blindly believing what somebody told you without looking at it, or indoctrinated. Or you're not smart enough to understand the topic, like the math for these things that you said to 9.24 inches per mile squared. That's the wrong math. But the offer stands $10,000 if you can get the derivation using the globe, the radius of the globe, for outputting 9.24 inches per mile squared at the latitude of your observation there in Alabama. Serena's one says, who will break out SpongeBob first? No, SpongeBob wasn't there, but Nathan Thompson was. I'm guessing that Nathan Thompson was accepted back into the fold. So I'm sure Nathan is super excited. I watched some of the other videos where they met in a hotel room the next day. Everybody else is sitting. Nathan is up and down. He's walking around up and down all over the place. And then in the middle, somebody's talking. He's just yelling from the crowd, giving, parroting his same, this is a proper use of parroting here, parroting his same talking points that he's been using forever. The wrong data, wrong everything, misunderstanding of everything. And everybody else is just sitting there and he's just yapping off as if he's the one in, the speaker. Okay, Sean Hawkins has been a member for 2 months and is a member at Einstein. Thank you, Sean Hawkins. Good to see you. Burnham says it's hard to be right 2 times less than a broken. All right, it's hard to be right 2 times less than a broken clock, but I'm learning here it's not impossible. Yes, flat earthers are wrong more than 2 times a day. They're not right that often. Demo said, thank you for all the hard work you do destroying derps. It boggles my mind that we're still covering this topic in 2023, nearly 2024. Well, thank you for that. Well, and I'll say this. I was able to go because you people support me. I didn't need to do a fundraiser. I didn't have to go and say, hey, send me something. I just went. The money was there because you support me. And it's not just super chats and memberships and all that. You post my videos on Facebook or Twitter or wherever else. You people send me encouraging messages. You comment on the videos. You thumbs up the videos. Even those that's the kind of support too, because even that helps, because I do get money for views. I get money for super chats, but I get money for views. And so thank you for that, because I didn't have to go and do something, right? It was expensive. Gas is not cheap. And it was a lot. I posted some pictures of the gas, when it was in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, in fact, posted a picture of the gas meter there. And then we brought our camper, we camped, and we did it. That's how we go. We go on the cheap. We one night we were at Walmart parking lot. Another night we were at Cracker Barrel parking lot. Pro tip: the Walmarts in Illinois do not let you park in them. So if you find yourself north of St. Louis in Illinois Walmart, you're not going to stay there that night. And don't just go to another Walmart 15 minutes away hoping to get in that one, even if it's 2 a.m. You're not going to make it. You got to cross over into Missouri and then go to Cracker Barrel at 3:30 in the morning. True story. They will let you stay there. But Cracker Barrel is always good. That sucks. I was so tired. I'm like, oh no, let us park here. Anyway, yeah, note taken. Good. Earthrise says people still use these talking points. Yep. Tiny Captain. So Tiny Captain is a friend of mine. He's on Discord. His Discord account was hacked today, and his account posted a bunch of viruses or whatever. And so he says here, I'm sorry for the problem my hacked Discord account caused. My account is safe again. I have to start a new server though. So yeah, that stinks. Use two-factor authentication for your Discord account. I do. Stringer News 1 says MC2 enters the lion's den, so we don't have to. I'll get to what happened in a minute. This is going to be good. Stevie McCullough says, imagine if the Bible was only cautionary tales. Imagine that. Eddie Reese says, one idiot was slightly less wrong than the other. Hey, that's a bit mean. King Crew says, yo, Goon, the king hath arrived. Thou mayest start over. If you had said mayest, I would have, but you didn't say mayest. So, and it's too late. You can't fix it now. Caucasian Sensation for $2 says, the sky is blue because God loves the infantry. I love it when flat earthers are like the blue is in front of the moon. Or no, what do they say? No, they think that the moon is transparent because you can see the blue behind it. That's it. But no, that what you're seeing, the blue is in front of it. Because at the very same moment, somebody where it's darker can see the whole moon. Just seriously, how dumb can you be? Simultaneously, somebody can see all of it. For you, where it's daytime, you're seeing the moon, and you can't see because the blue is in front of it. How dumb can you be? That's so dumb. She likes cider. Well, what kind of cider? Dixon. Says loved Greg's rebuttal to the Antarctic Treaty BS. So yeah, Greg did right in a month. Greg did what he could. It's not quick to get up to speed with all of the deceptions and trickery that flat earthers use. And since they don't have a model, right? That there's different camps of flat earth, and all of the different camps have different ideas about flat earth. There's no one consistent place. So you can't get a straight answer, to a single answer to anything. What causes things to accelerate down? There's a whole bunch. What's the right map? Some say the AE map. Some have different maps. Some say they don't have a map. None of them work. And if you don't have a map, it's even worse. But yeah, so Greg had done his, Greg had read the Antarctic Treaty, which isn't hard to do. It's not that long. And he actually called a place to go tour Antarctica. And he's right. If you go to Antarctica and in December, January, February, in the summer, and you are there and it's 24-hour sun and you look due south and see the sun due south, it doesn't work for flat earth. It does not work for flat earth. And of course it does. That's what happens. You look due south, you see the sun. You don't need it 24 hours. You just need to look due south for one moment and see the sun there. That's it. If the sun is due south, the earth cannot be flat. It doesn't work. Does not work. There's no flat earth model, nothing that actually could explain it. They talk and they talk and they talk and they make up stuff, and it's all nonsense. It does not work. So yeah. And so he said, yeah, let's go there. He said that to Dean, and Dean's like, okay. And then Dean's like, well, we're going to go without filling out the forms. Why would you go without filling out the forms? Fill out the forms. They'll let you go. Right? The forms. The Antarctic Treaty says that each of the member states will report to the other member states when people go there and why. So when we from America go to Antarctica, we have, as Americans, a responsibility to tell all of the other members of the treaty that we are going there. So just going there without announcing it is breaking the treaty. Right? And they're like, well, the treaty doesn't let you go there. You're the ones that want to break the treaty. Just fill out the forms. You want to map it? Fill out the form and say you want to map it. Do it. Now, you're not going to just get off of a boat and start walking, and you're not going to bring a snowmobile and do it. That won't get you there. You have to actually plan ahead like big people. Put on your big boy pants, right? And say, whoa, what will it take to accomplish our goal? Well, first you're going to have to figure out what your goal is. Do you actually want to go and map out Antarctica? Okay, do that. Do you actually want to just go and see if you can look due south and see the sun? You don't need to go inland. You don't need to go to the geometric South Pole to see that. Just go there for long enough to see if the sun's up due south. Do you want to see the sun above the horizon circling above you at the same elevation on December 21st? Cool. Go to the south geometric pole on December 21st and watch it. Do that. You need to first decide what it is that you want to do. What is your goal? They just always say, they won't let us go there. What would you do if you went there? You don't even know that. So don't complain about, oh, it's hard. They would make us fill out forms and it would cost money. Yeah, it would cost money. What do you want to do? Do you want to go there and spend a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks off exploring independently? Go do it. But you're not going to do it by walking around with some boots on and a coat. You need to bring food. You need to bring fuel if you're going to have a vehicle. You should bring a vehicle that can handle it. A snowmobile might not be it. There's big crevices. So do you want somebody that knows where it's safe to go or not? Oh no, we want to do it independently. Cool, go. Live stream it using Starlink. So that when you fall down that crevice and are stuck there, we can all watch and say, that was dumb. But you won't do it. Burt Rickles says, there's only snow and lots of wind. Why would anybody really want to go there? Well, yeah, for scientific research, there's plenty of reasons to want to go. But flat earthers don't have a reason to want to go. They just want a reason to complain about it. That's all that they're doing. It's their scapegoat. This is not this is not encouraging death in Antarctica. No, 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 no. I want you to go there and live stream the whole thing. And if you do fall down the crevasse, then we'll know and we can send the search party. Make sure you put enough money in, in a insurance policy or something to pay for the rescue. Think about that. Bunch of moron. Like, hey, we just want to go there to see if blah, blah, blah. What are you going to do? You want to independently explore. Where? It's a bunch of snow. And then you're going to get lost, and then they're going to have to spend millions of dollars and put human lives at risk to go save your sorry butts because you're like, I just want to independently explore. They would claim they fell off the edge. Yeah, that's the thing. I definitely want you to live stream it so that you don't just disappear. If you just disappear, then like, oh, they went and they disappeared. No, they're in the bottom of a crevice. They're flurfsicles. Okay. William Foley said, Nathan Thompson, something just ain't right with that boy. Nope, that boy just ain't right. Axis Arkham says, Penny says, hello, I watched that debate. Thanks for the heads up. Well, hello, Penny. Glad to see you're watching. And yes, Axis Arkham. It was an interesting debate. Okay, so let me give you a little more thoughts on the debate, and then I'll show you a little bit of the candy. So it was something. I did not expect that many people from that many flat earthers. I knew that there were flat earthers coming, but I didn't expect that many. There was at least 200. It was quite something that at 10 o'clock at night, there were not very many non-flat earthers left. And I think I have a video that I can play that shows a little bit of it. They're seriously, yeah. And so we were on the right side facing the stage. I think the other side had more of the regulars that were there. So we were, most of the people in front of us were flat earthers. They all had that same matching shirt. So, at the end, so Greg was talking and they were standing up and yelling. They were shouting at him and he's talking. Dean didn't get that. Greg did. They were yelling at him, standing up. They were out in front, standing right on the bottom of the stage, like yelling at him and stuff. Front row was Dearth, Whitsitt, Matt Long, right there, right next to each other, right in the front row. Greg knew who Dearth and Austin were. And I know that he knew that because I spoke to Greg. We had a conversation on the phone a week and a half out, I think. So I had sent an email, and so Greg and I connected and we talked a little bit about stuff. So I gave him a little bit. There's only so much that somebody can do if they're new to this topic, and I thought he did pretty good, considering that. But he missed a couple things, like he thought maybe that flat earthers thought that the Earth was accelerating upwards to cause gravity. They're like, that's the Flat Earth Society. They're controlled opposition. Dean actually said that. So let me ask flat earthers, how did you prove that they are controlled opposition? Have you seen some government documents showing that they are controlled opposition? Or is it just that you want to believe that they're controlled opposition? It's just because you want to believe that they're controlled opposition, but you have no evidence for it. It's just your claim. So Dean, you lied about that. You do not know that they're controlled opposition. In fact, they're not controlled opposition. I've been to their website. I've read the forums. It's just a few guys discussing stuff. TFES.org mostly is two guys. It's Pete Savarier and Tom Bishop. And if you look at the edit history on their Wikipedia page, it's those two guys that are editing it. Almost all of their wiki is edited by those two people. The flatearthsociety.org website is another 2 or 3 people that are the main ones there. So the Flat Earth Society is all of about 5 people, and there's 2 of them that don't like each other, right? TFES.org split off of the flatearthsociety.org before Dubay existed. 2012, they had a schism. So it's not much, and they propose upward acceleration. Why does that make them controlled opposition? And this is why. Because religiflerfs say that the Earth is stationary. And anybody that's a flat earther that disagrees with them and contradicts them must be doing it to make them look dumb. Well, I got news for you, flat earthers. You don't need help to look dumb. You look dumb with no help at all. The reason why you look dumb is because flat earthers, I've got to level with you. See what I did there? The reason why is because you are dumb. You are. You can't do math. You don't know where 8 inches per mile squared came from. You could not derive that. If somebody showed you the derivation of that, it would make no sense to you. When I say that's the wrong formula, you don't know why it's the wrong formula. You don't know why I'm saying that. And I present you the right formula with the derivation. You say, nuh-uh. And the reason why you say nuh-uh is because I'm not your flat earth Papa Flurf. Your Papa Flurf told it to you. Therefore, it's sacrosanct. You completely accept what your Papa Flurf said. That must be the formula. It came from NASA. It did not come from NASA. It was in Samuel Rowbottom's book in 1861. NASA didn't exist. He got it from a surveyor's manual. And it is the correct formula for a specific purpose, but it is not what flat earthers want to use it for. So when Dean Dean got confused because he's not that bright. This isn't his topic. Dean has many skills, but math is not one of them. I'll put this up again. Let's see. This one here. There it is. Okay. So this is this is important. This is 40 feet target hidden height, right? With the eye height of 7 feet and a distance of 11 miles. And he says really should be 9.24 inches per mile squared. And he said that because he thinks this website is using 8 inches per mile squared. Well, do you see where it says the source code and calculation method are available on github.com? If you click that, you can see the source code for this. I've done that. It doesn't use 8 inches per mile squared. Dean doesn't even understand that enough to know that this website is not using 8 inches per mile squared. He thinks it is. I've seen flat earthers talk about this before. They're like, oh, the calculators use 8 inches per mile squared. They don't. They use a different formula. You can use the formula in the right way, which flat earthers don't know how to do, to get the answer that's going to be probably correct to 4 or 5 decimal points. But that's not what they're doing. And the fact that he says it should be 9.24 inches per mile squared shows that he doesn't understand the topic at all. Because that's not correct. I didn't put together the derivation for that. I can, actually. I have it. I do have, but I won't. I'm not going to go over right now. Anyway. So somebody in, let's see. What is this? That looks like, man, what script is that? That's an Eastern script. I don't know what that is, but yes, I will answer that shortly. So anyway, so let me, I got to clear out some tabs. So I did a ton of stuff here. I created all those video clips. So Triple Croquet. Did you hear what he said on this stream about the two men? So what's Triple Croquet? All right. Well, all right. Here is so I did in fact meet somebody.
I'll tell you my McToon story.
Okay, yes.
So everywhere I go, everyone's like, "Hey, picture." Well, I seem to be pretty popular, and I'm walking out after the debacle, and a guy, he's, "Hey, Dave," and I reach out. I'm like, "Hey, how you doing?" I shook his hand. I'm like, "And what's your name?" And he goes, "Come on." I go, looking right in his face. He goes, I'm looking at him, and he goes, "Come on," and he goes to put his glasses on, and I'm like, "McToon?" I'm like, "McToon?" And I'm like,
I know you're like, who is this now? We were just watching somebody else, but this guy with no glasses on has not been here before. I know you're all wondering who. Well, wonder no more, people, for I am MC Toon, right? MC Toon, not MC Toon. MC Toon, not MC Toon. I did the reverse Clark Kent on him. He had no idea. It was weird looking. I looked right at him in the face, and he looked at me, and he's like, "I don't know who you are." Seriously. So I put my glasses on. Then he recognized me.
"What the hell are you doing here?" He's like, "Oh,
Now he's not going to give you the answer that I gave him.
And let me tell you something.
Oh, hold on. Listen to this.
Like, McToon? I'm like, "McToon?" And I'm like, "What the hell are you doing here?"
He did say that. And my answer to him was, "Dave, I'm a Christian and you're not. What are you doing here?" This was at Global Vision Bible Church. That's where that's where I am. That's where Christians that think that the earth is a globe go. Dave was in the wrong place. Anyway, listen to the rest.
He's like, "Oh, and let me tell you something."
Somebody was playing the talking about the video. Renee Anami says Dave Weiss is a scammer. I'm just trying to sell a crappy app. That doesn't work. I'm a scammer. I'm just trying to sell an app. I'm a scammer. So, anyway, on a side note, I've been working out my hand strength a little bit lately, just for just no real reason that I'm mentioning that.
He's like pudgy and like mealy. He's like disgusting. And wait, and I have to tell you, like and he has a piece of paper with like a graph on it and a whole bunch of things. He goes, "Here." He goes, "This is what we're going to debate when you debate me on Jaren's show." And I was like, "I'm not debating you."
Of course not. He's scared.
I'm not debating, and then I'm like, all right, I got to do a selfie for Jaren. So I'm like, I can't believe I'm going to do this. I can't believe I'm going to do this. I'm saying it out loud, and I go, and I hold it out to for a selfie, and he starts leaning in. I go, "Don't touch me." So I take the picture, and he goes, and somehow he goes, I think that you really believe the Earth is flat, and I said, "Jaren thinks that you believe what you say is true." I go, "But I know it's not. I know that you do this because you're probably in some deep trouble and you've agreed to do this to avoid being in that trouble." And he just looks at me and he walks away.
Dave walked away, not me. But I was shocked. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
But now let me tell you the other thing. You know about like good energy versus demon energy. Like I think I have good, pretty high vibration. I think I have good positive energy. and truth. I have the truth spirit in me, and this guy is evil, lying, satanic scum. My hand still feels messed up.
I'd go wash it.
I don't know what's wrong with his hand. I mean, well, it could be I've been working out. Maybe he's never gotten a handshake from a real man before. Could be. Look at that. That could be. I gotta say, it was his hand's a little like dead fish, a little like that. But all right, let's let him finish.
I've washed it twice already, and I'm telling you, my hand has like this weird, horrible energy feel to it. I want to get like a wire scrub brush. Scrub my hand. Some energetic thing happened when I touched that demon.
Yeah, he wrote me the other day on Facebook, and it said, what are the chances that Dave debates me on your show? I'm like, I don't think that'll ever happen, but I'll ask him. But I didn't even ask you because that's how sure I was it wasn't going to happen.
Zero. Did you see the picture? I did take a selfie with him. I sent it to you
We saw
on Telegram.
Everybody saw it.
Oh, okay, you showed it.
Yes.
Right. But he, in person, like, online, he looks like a pretty handsome guy. He's
Thanks.
a marshmallow. He's a friggin' disgusting,
Marshmallow.
lying, deceitful marshmallow.
Doesn't he live like up north somewhere? Like
I have no idea where he lives, but
Milwaukee
I'm not,
or something?
I was disgusted
Minnesota.
to be getting the same energy field as him. Yeah.
For him to be, I mean, obviously he's a male model. So I mean, coming from him, it really hurts that he would have such harsh words about how I look. Because I mean, look at him. That's a handsome man there. I mean, that's a good look. But yeah, I did in fact. Let's see. I have it here. Let's see. Yeah. I got a selfie with him. There it is. There's I got his bad side though. It seems. But I did get this.
Online, he looks like a pretty handsome guy.
Thanks, Dirth.
Online, he looks like a pretty handsome guy.
Thanks, Dirth. That was so funny. He had no idea. He had no idea who I was until I put my glasses on. Oh, and then his poor hand. I mean, I feel bad. I mean, I really, maybe I should back off on this a little bit, So yeah, let's all right. I did like I said, I talked with him ahead of time with not him with Greg. So after the you can see in the you can't really see in the background of that picture, but here's myself and Greg afterwards. And I'll show you. Here's the this is the funny part, the slapping of the microphone. I think. Oh, that's not. Oh my goodness! I'm gonna have to hold on a second. I need to re-render this real quick. It won't be long. My whole video of them walking out, I did. There it goes. Okay. That was so funny. Yes, and I'm wearing. I don't wear a button-up shirt. I do not. But I'm like, well, I will for this. I will. So I put in my single shirt with buttons. That's it. If you want me to wear a shirt with buttons, that's the shirt. That's what I got. So not a whole lot. So, all right, it's rendering. So the the so Chrome doesn't play QuickTime movie files. So, oh geez, it's re-rendering. So I'm re-rendering it, so it'll be a little bit more. That is, well, I tell you, I don't wear that to church. That's not what I wear. I just wear a t-shirt. That's it. I'm like, I don't care. All right, it's rendering that. There was so the place I used to work, they had a lawsuit against them, and okay, there might be a little buffering. I don't know about it. There was a lawsuit that the company was having, and this is after I left, and they were asking me if I would come and testify on something, and I'm like, I was not interested. And I'm like, sure. My hourly rate is, I don't remember the exact number, but some high number, 200 an hour. Minimum 8 hours plus travel time and lodging. And if it requires that I wear a shirt with buttons, it's 300. Seriously, that was my response to them. I did not get an offer to come testify. Okay. So let's see. Industrial Nerd says, from Albino Bad Guy on Discord, I've read the Antarctic Treaty and have seen some things that there are from 12 to 25 countries who are part of it. Couldn't find a clear answer, but let's guess high and say it's 30 countries on board. The real question is, what about the other 170 countries? What's stopping any of them from just going there? Well, actually, there's nothing stopping anybody from just going there. Because there's no military patrolling it. The treaty forbids military patrolling it. It does, each individual country will say, we are going to enforce it. It's our responsibility to enforce the treaty for our citizens. So each individual country should do that and should use, if necessary, their police force. Because if a bunch of people show up on Antarctica from country X, all the other countries would say, what the heck are they doing there? Right? And if, because you didn't say, country X, you didn't say they were coming, and now you've got a bunch of people showing up there. Are you doing something suspicious? And you would definitely not want to be the country that's, has your people landing there without you knowing about it. That's violating the treaty, actually. So yeah, you want to say, yep, oh, we have people coming. They want to do cartography. They want to go across some stretch of it and do cartography, see how far it is across. Maybe they want to go straight from this point across the South Pole and come out the other side. Cool. Then other countries would say, all right, have fun. All right, Albino Bad Guy. So, oh yeah. Let's see. Got a couple messages on Discord, so all right. I'm normally I don't look at like things on Discord, but people have messaged me. I want to see if you have any questions. Did I chat? Icy Spin is asking, did I chat with Dirth? No. not much. He did not want to talk to me. I did try to give him one of these so we could debate on Jaren's. That's how scared he is of me. He's friends with Jaren. Jaren would be the host. Jaren would be the moderator, and he's too scared to face me on Jaren's. Yep. Demonic Leprechaun says, also, when you don't report it on time, they want to know where to find you. Yeah. So yeah, if country X says we have an expedition, expedition showing up on December 21st. And they're going to be coming into, this area of Antarctica. And nobody shows up on the 21st or the 22nd or the 23rd. Then the other countries that might be in the vicinity are like, wait, where did they go? Where are they? Hey, country X, we don't see them. You might want to check to see if they're safe. Or on the other way, they say, well, they landed and then they're going to be exploring and doing research and investigation until March 30th. And here comes, it's April 30th and nobody showed up. It's starting to get cold. It's starting to get so that it's trouble to get out again. So then what? Then somebody might be concerned. So, almost, okay. That video is done. Super. Okay, let me get this. There it is. Okay. So this is, let's see if this is it. Yep. Okay. This is the very end. So this is the mic slap from my camera, from my position. So it was getting hot. And so you can see there are some people standing up. These people, see that guy with the hat that's standing up and then he's got some writing on the back of his shirt? That's the people that bought the shirt that says the Great Creation Debate 2023. So there's that guy with the hat, and then to his right, closer to the stage, is another guy standing up. And then over to the far right there is another guy with a hat on, and I don't know if it's the same shirt or a different shirt. So they're all standing up, talking, and there were armed guards. There were armed guards there. They were packing. They were definitely packing. And I would guess that might be something that happens regularly. I don't know. This is Tennessee. This is the South. So people pack. It's not uncommon for people to have guns. Anyway, so wait, before we get there, let me catch up on this. The dawn is red. Caucasian Sensation says the dawn is red because God loves field artillery. PG Tony says saving Flurfs feeds into the anti-evolution narrative. Survival of the fittest, my buttocks. And yes, PhD Tony asked if I'm a young Earth creationist. I am not. The age of the Earth is again. I take it to be metaphorical. There is no clear agreement on it in the Bible, and I would say if your view of reality disagrees with reality, then it's your view of reality that's the problem, not reality that's the problem. So it does appear that the Earth is somewhat old. It's not my field of strength, so I don't have an opinion that is so. You can have strong opinions and weak opinions, and you can hold things strongly and hold things weakly. So weakly opposite of strong. So I will say my opinion is that the people that have examined the age of the Earth tend to be pretty good at what they do, and I will accept that. But it is a weakly held opinion. Evidence to the contrary will sway me easily. I have not seen any evidence to the contrary. So until then, I'll stick with what I have. So there you go. Yes, I PhD Tony, I saw that. And was it Crow something, right? Triple Crow K. So Triple Croquet says Greg Locke is a horrific person. Featuring him is disgusting. I'm featuring the debate. So I've had Rad Vlad on. I feature Santos Bonacci. He is one of the most evil people on the globe. Santos is. Everything that you dislike about Greg is 1,000 times worse in Santos. He regularly on his YouTube channel lists the people that he wants to become unalive, telling people to do it. Telling people to do it. And his channel is still there. I'm sure YouTube wants to know about that. Okay. Eric Burns says Dave really needs to keep his hat on. Burnham says Dirth got a devastating Paul Hollywood handshake for baking the Earth's worst pizza. Oh, that's funny. I don't watch a lot of TV, but the Great British Baking Show is one of the things I do like to watch, and you know, I like to have a good handshake. I've always, you know, I was taught you want to have a strong, manly handshake, and you know, Dirth maybe has never been on the receiving end of one, so you know, you gotta have a little bit of sympathy for the guy. He probably is, you know, it might have bruised, or even you know, if it was a broken bone or something, I'd feel terrible. Let me know, Dave. I'll hook you up with, you know, I'll send the bill for the you know, the broken bone, the splint, the surgery to put the pins in to fix the shattered and you know, dustified bones there. Oh, sorry, I should. Don't want to hurt you again should I ever meet you. So so 3 Ron says, well, Dirth looks very meek next to you. Oh, well, okay. PhD Tony says, unusually Mr. Weiss's bad side is the front. Steve 6464 says, in that pic with Greg, you look like Blake Shelton. Now, it is my understanding that Blake Shelton is a not metal musician, and might be opposite of metal musician. Oh my goodness. His title of his website is Back to the Honky Tonk. I would say that it does sound a bit country to me. I don't know how to take that. I mean, if he's handsome, I should take it as a compliment, but if he's country, it's hard to take as a compliment. But all right, I'll go with thank you. Thank you for that. PhD Tony says the Chinese set up an Antarctic base in the Australian Antarctic Treaty. When informed of this, they responded, we know. All right. So yeah, there are sections of Antarctica that have been claimed. The treaty puts those claims on hold. It's in the first, I think it's the very first article. It says there are claims, but none of this treaty means that those claims are gone, but also freedom of scientific exploration is guaranteed. So you don't need to, when crossing different areas, have any different, you know, you don't need to check your passports when you go into a different area. Steve 6464 says, yes, it is a compliment. Well, thank you for that. Would you put on exam gloves before shaking hands with Dave Murphy? No, I just would not. I would not. Oh, gross. Okay. Okay. And now back to this. I'm going to play the video. So here it is. They're both up on stage. This is just before Greg is going to ask about Dayspring.
You're a Bible tonight. You're a Bible tonight. You're a Bible tonight. You're a Bible tonight.
So,
You're a Bible tonight. You're a Bible tonight.
so look how many are standing up. Those are the flat earthers.
Let's get out. Get the band up here.
Somebody just yelled, they have a Second Amendment. That's not what you're thinking. He's meant to say he has a First Amendment, and First Amendment doesn't mean you get to use somebody else's platform for whatever you want. The First Amendment says that Congress cannot stop you from using your own platform for saying things. It doesn't mean that Dean automatically gets to use Greg's platform, and Greg is not Congress. Yeah, look at all that. That's the all of them are the ones standing there, so they're about to. They're gonna they're all gonna stream out here. Here's the shepherd.
Y'all want to get up here with a bunch of nonsense. Come up here, man. Let's worship the Lord. We're gonna actually do something spiritual in this room tonight instead of talk about flat earth nonsense. And by the way, if you go to this church and you're upset about me taking the Bible in its context and dealing with it, and you're gonna keep sowing that discord, don't ever come back. That's all I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm not this. It's a last day's deception. I do not care if this is a UFC SmackDown to the mat. I would highly suggest.
Look at the shepherd leave. He's wearing shoes. What's up with that?
10:30 in the morning, we're going to have a packed house, and we're going to preach what the Bible says. If you believe the Bible about the mission, shout amen!
So that guy sat in front of me the whole time there, myself and Dan, and we were. I'm sure he heard our responses. We weren't talking too loud, but he would have heard them. So I would say 200, maybe more. It's for that many people, right? So I went there, and Dan did. The two of us, seriously, two of us went there. This is my hobby, and that's why I went. Dan said he was. I invited him. I said, hey, if you're in the vicinity. Because I know he drives truck, and he's like, hey, it worked out, so he could be there. I reached out to a couple other people to see if they were interested, and they're like, no, not interested. But these people went. That many people went. And the reason why that many people went, those people, is this is their religion. Their religion is flat Earth. They have a blind faith belief in flat Earth, right? This is the biblical flat Earth debate, right? And so they believe that the ambiguous words of the Bible talking about the shape of the Earth are absolute, undeniable truth, and that all of the measurements of the people that are good at doing measurements, none of that matters, and only what matters is their personal interpretation, right? So, Zerzuz said, play plan on doing a focal pendulum. What do you think the odds are that I'll get the exact predicted results I expect I will? Of course you will. Liquid Flames, this says there's so many of them, it puts every Flat Earth convention to shame. This was probably as many as were in the Flat Earth convention in Vegas. It's probably a similar number. There might have been more in Vegas. They did have a service, a church service the next day at a hotel. And Boss Hog was the guy that organized that. That's Tim Greer is his name. We dubbed him Boss Hog because everybody was talking to him, and he's got this big old hat. And I watched it. It wasn't a church service. It was just them patting themselves on the back. So, that's where somehow Austin and Nathan were in the same room. So, all right. Okay. Any more questions about it? So, yeah, Dearth's channel has over 100,000 subs. Let that sink in. So, Dearth was there, and Dearth is this isn't his faith. His faith is just he's ambiguous about what his faith is. He hangs around with Santos, so probably it would be more like Santos, which is syncretism, which is just whatever I like. That's syncretism. I'll just take some from here, take some from here, take some from here, put them together and pick and choose what I like. And some say that all current religions are syncretist amalgams of previous religions. That's a good point. So, but you know what we did see? We saw Weiss over there on Weiss, you know, right off to the side there, next to the tent in the back. He was standing there talking with the Boss Hog, and I can get a picture of it, and like, oh, he was there for his religion. And what was his religion? His religion is well, I'll show you. Let's see. Did I get it in here? Dan, the picture of Boss Hog and Dearth. I don't have it. Can you send it? Can you send it again if you're still here? So, okay. Well, I'll just say he was there standing in the back talking to Boss Hog, Tim Greer, and he had in his pocket a bunch of pamphlets for his Flat Earth app. Dearth was there for one reason: to sell his app. That's it. That's all he was there for. So hold on a second. Let me I know what you're thinking, what you want to hear. And I'll get it. Hold on. I'll get it. There it is. All right. Let's get it up here for everybody to see what you're hoping to see right now.
I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. That I'm lying. Dave's a scammer. He's just selling his app. Dave's a scammer. He's trying to steal $3 from you for his app. Dave Weiss is a scammer. Dave Weiss is a scammer. I'm a scammer. Dave Weiss is a scammer. He's just trying to sell his app. Dave's a scammer. Dave Weiss, the scammer. I'm a scammer. My app doesn't work. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. I'm just trying to sell apps. I know the earth isn't flat. Yeah. Dave's a moron. Dave's an app scammer. Dave just wants your money. Dave's a scammer. I'm a scammer. Dave's a scammer. He's selling a useless app. I'm a scammer. Dave's a scammer. He's just selling apps. He doesn't believe the earth is flat. I'm the scammer trying to sell an app. That's all I'm trying to do. So I'm giving you all this bullshit. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. And I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer.
Anyway, you know, every once in a while he does tell the truth. So good on him for being bold and actually, for once, telling the truth. Stringer News 1 says the only true faith is that the Packers will make the playoffs next year. That is definitely a faith. As far as I know, that's a football team, right? So, anyway, it was, in the end, what was it? It was good to go. It was, I liked, it was quite something to be in the room when that happened, because you could feel it. It got tense. The flat earthers are patting themselves on the back because they imagine that they did well. Greg eventually, you know, wound up kicking him out. And it was not going anywhere good, for sure. So it would not have made any progress from then. Austin was hoping that he was going to get to come up on stage. He live streamed the whole thing, and when he's walking out, he's like, I was going to be up there. I was hoping, because Dean had mentioned bringing him up, which of course is a bit weird, because the topic was Bible, and Austin wasn't going to talk about Bible. Austin was going to talk about his invented garbage BS ideas about how the flat Earth works. Which is all wrong. So, Alyssum, yes, Dearth's app has a subscription as well. So it's a $3 to buy it, but then there's a subscription, a monthly or annual subscription that you pay. I don't know exactly how much it is, but that's so you can use more portions of it. I think the friend finder part. So yeah, I mean, Dave makes good money. Dave, of all the flat earthers, I think Dave has profited the most. He's got the most gold-pressed latinum of all of them. And he'll tell you all about it if you massage his ears. So Nick N says Whitsitt never actually talks about the shape of the earth. You're right. He never does. He won't. He thinks that he proves flat earth if he disproves the straw man of the globe that he is building. So the friend finder, yes, the one that found people in Antarctica. And this is interesting, Dearth, you know, the fact that the sun is up. A lot of people think that the sun being up for 24 hours in Antarctica disproves flat earth. It doesn't. The sun setting ever disproves flat earth. There's no explanation for the sun setting ever. No time of year, no day of the year, no nothing could the sun ever set on flat earth, no matter where you are. This is the law of perspective. Flat earthers don't understand that. When you ask them what causes the sun to set, they say perspective. And I say, okay, awesome. Bring me through it. Show me the application of perspective. And they just say it's perspective. They can't do it. So Whitsitt says it's the azimuthal grid of vision. Azimuthal grid of vision. All you did was say 4 words. You didn't actually provide anything. Does it cause when the sun... Because Whitsitt says he doesn't have a model and doesn't have a map, but he constantly refers to this map. So when the sun is, Austin, you know, when the sun is above Australia and you are in South America looking due south, or let's put you in Antarctica looking due south on December 21st, south of the Antarctic Circle, and you see the sun off that way, but it's actually here. This is the subsolar point. It's the 4 words, magical 4 words, that's making it happen. That's all he does. He just says 4 magical words, and gullible people that are highly suggestible, like, oh, send its light, you know, and to go around and come back up toward the viewer from south somehow. How does it do that? It has to follow a path that is nonsensical. There's no explanation for why the light would travel that path. So, triple croquet. Triple croquet. I don't care. I don't care. I really, really don't care. That's not the topic. So, I'm concerned with this topic. And so he was debating a flat earther. So I reached out to him and I communicated with him. Afterwards, I went up. He said, come on up here. And I took a picture with him. So I have a picture with Dearth. Dearth is a scammer. So anyway. Real Cygnus says expert navigators couldn't possibly know where they actually are if the azimuthal grid of vision worked. Yeah, of course not. Because, navigators use the sun, the elevation of the sun at local solar noon to determine their latitude. And, yeah. So how is it that they can do that and get it correct based on the geometry of the globe when all of this weird bendy light that doesn't have any plausible mechanism for it? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. So further, gravity. Gravity doesn't have an explanation for flat earthers. And so Whitsitt wanted to get up there. He really did. He wanted to talk. He probably was going to talk about gravity. He likes to say that it's electrostatics. But if he knows nothing about electrostatics, negative and negative repel, positive and positive repel, positive and negative attract, and neutral does nothing. So if gravity, if the downward acceleration is caused by electrostatics, and there is an electrostatic field with higher positive charge up high and lower and less or zero positive charge near the ground, then a negatively charged object will accelerate up. That's how electrostatics works. So it'd be super easy. Any nominal negative charge would cause it to go up. A small negative charge would make it go up slowly. A large negative charge would make it go up quickly. If you wanted to build a building, all you would need to do then is to get something up to the top is put a small negative charge on it and it'll just float. You just catch it when it gets up there. So Peachy Tony says, I would not want a selfie with Pastor Locke. MC Toon Live disagrees with me. This is neither first nor the last time that he and I disagree. We are grown-ups. Yes. I'll tell you, I got the selfie because Many Karen asked me to send him one. That was why my wife took the picture. That's why that picture was taken, so that I could send it to Many Karen. If Many Karen had not asked me for it, I would not probably have said, hey, take a picture. So seriously, and triple crow K, you go talk to Many Karen and you ask him about his position and his you go ask Many Karen about. I did not interact with Witsit. I actually brought something to give him. I brought something to give to Dearth and something to give to Witsit. So this little circuit board here is the final version of a circuit board that Leslie Rohrer and I worked on. Leslie did all the hard work, and I just paid to have. It was a small, like $20 to have 3 of them shipped as the smallest order. So I have 2 spare. And he did one previously that was a prototype that we didn't wind up using. I brought the smaller one that didn't work. I was going to give that to Witsit and just say, you'll see later. But I didn't bump into him. I did see him as I was walking out. Driving out. So when we drove out, so I'll tell you this. So everybody filed out, and I showed you the video, them all filing out, and they all stood right outside the tent. So you go out the door, and then to the right was grass. And so they all went, and all of them were standing there on the grass. And I saw a handful of people I recognized. I don't know. Some of them looked at me as if they recognized me. I don't know if they did or not. I know that Nathan Thompson did, because as I was sitting there, he walked past me, walked to the other end, and then walked back again. And if he was closer, he was a little too far away. If he was closer, I was going to turn around and shake his hand. Because and that's what I did with Dave Weiss. Here's the thing about, I don't like Dave. I do think he's a scammer. I think he's a liar. I think he's quite a horrible person. But I have an infinite supply of olive branches. I don't need to be rude to people. I don't need to be mean to them or yell at them or come at them with hate. If I disagree with them, I can shake their hand. I can talk to them. I can have a cordial interaction with them. That's what I was doing with Dave. I saw him. I said, hey, I'll go shake his hand. I'll say hi. And he did not return that to me. That's fine. Right. He was rude to me. He insulted me in our interaction. And then he insulted me more later on Jaren's channel. And Jaren was nice, because Jaren and I, we talk, and Jaren and I have a friendly enough relationship. And so he did not reflect Weiss's derision toward me. So thank you for that, Jaren. So if I had met, and that's why it doesn't matter who it is, Triple Croquet, you can stick it up your butt, man. I don't care about being mean to people. I'll be nice to everybody. Okay. I'll be nice to you even. You want to meet? Let's go meet. I did not bump into Austin, but if Nathan had walked like right behind me, I was gonna just turn around, and shake his hand, and say hi. Right? I we all know who Nathan Thompson is, and but I wasn't gonna do that. So, PG Tony says sometimes we disagree. For 10 Australian says sometimes we disagree. I am punishing you by withholding $5 from the super chat. Well, thank you for I have learned my lesson at $5. Three News One says, good on MC2 and for shaking Dirth's hand. When you offered your hand to Dirth, you know at worst you have another hand as backup. You know, it was definitely weird that he didn't recognize me. It was very weird. But you know, I do have, and I will forever have this.
You know, online, he looks like a pretty handsome guy.
Thanks, Dirth. Anyway, so I did. It was a reverse Clark Kent. That's what it was. So, yeah, Mr. Unite for the chill win said, and look at Weiss's reaction. That was hilarious. He's such an idiot and a scammer. So the not church service that they had the next morning at the hotel, Dirth got up there, spoke for a while, and mentioned me again. Not by name. He wouldn't say my name, but he mentioned me again. Huge arse. Did you check your pockets after meeting Dirth? No, I did not. I was not concerned about that. Not because he's a scammer, but he's not a pickpocket. So, let's see. Fan Tom said you did beat up Dirth pretty thoroughly over the supposed NASA Mars photo. I did. And you know, I'm not done with him. There's 3 different, this is on NASA's website, things that he has often claimed. And so I'm going to do a video going over all 3 of them, again, offering $10,000 for him to produce the URL to them. And so what I've done is, now he knows he can't put that in he had to stop using that in his slide deck. See, Dirth is just like every other flurf. He looks at memes and blindly accepts them. We saw that with Dean Odle, and Dirth does that too. He got that photograph, that meme that claimed it was Mars, and he took it. He said, this is on NASA's website. He never looked at it on NASA's website. Never did. It could not be on NASA's website. I checked. I did my own research. It's not possible because that little clip of the rover down in the corner is from a montage on NASA's website, but it's a whole different scenery. And so just that little portion was removed from that one. And that one's on NASA's website, and you can see it. And you can also look up the individual photographs that were put together to create the montage and see the parts of it. And it wasn't perfectly stitched together, right? So they're not like this. They're offset a little bit. You can see the imperfections in the stitching. And that's in the one that Dirth said was the one that's actually the Burren that he claimed was Devon Island in Greenland. Devon Island's in Canada. And it's got that little clip in it from the actual NASA montage. So it can't be that the Burren photo was ever there. And I have the video of the guy making it. It's impossible. Yet he lies. He's like, oh, I'm sure I saw it. You couldn't have seen it. So Icy Spin says a liar, an idiot, and a sheep walk into a bar. Bartender says, what are you having, Dean? Eric Erpelding says, were they selling Dean Odle's books there? No. Dean's book is out of print. Dean cannot, he mentioned it the next morning, he cannot sell it on Amazon as a print to order book because he can't show that he owns the photographs in there. He doesn't own all of them. So he can't sell the book through Amazon's print to order service. So he would have to self print the book, and then you could then sell it through Amazon and ship it yourself. Or do it on his website. Somebody actually asked, could you give us an ebook? And he's like, no, I can't because I have to prove that all of the photos are mine. No, you don't. You can make a PDF and then just email it to somebody, Dean. There's, your Gmail client won't prevent you from sending that email PDF if you don't have proof that all of the photographs in it are yours. So, so why didn't he want to send the PDF? Well, because he wouldn't get money for it, is my guess. He could just say, for the love of his religion, the flat earth religion that is his religion, he could send it out for free to everybody just in a PDF form, but nope. So, Triple Croquet is still going at it. So Peachy Tony says, what MC Toon said was, the people determining the age of the earth seem to know what they're doing, which is all I can ask a layperson to conclude. Yeah. There's only so many topics that you can have some depth of knowledge in. And I don't know, maybe I have a little better understanding of the age of the earth science than average population, but it's certainly not something that I have depth in. So I wouldn't engage in that. That would be Dunning-Kruger. I know that I'm not good at it. I'm not going to engage in it. But I mean, you see people all the time that are happy to roll into a age of the earth debate on both sides, to debate the topic. I better be good at it if you're going to engage in a debate. Well, one side should, the side with science, with facts and evidence behind them. The other side should not, because then otherwise they would never enter the debate. Then it's, there'd be less entertainment. So, Wade Vainka says, or, he could write or produce or license his own material instead of plagiarizing it. Well, it's the photographs. And so think about this. If I were to write a book about flat earthers, I would include pictures of them potentially. And where would those pictures come from? Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. They would not be mine. So it's tough to put that level of restriction on it, because I could not get photos of flat, if I was going to write a book about flat earthers where the topic is the people that are flat earthers, I couldn't get the pictures very easily of them. And of course, part of the point of doing it would be finding interesting pictures of it. I couldn't get them all owned by me, so I couldn't do it. PhD Tony says, you certainly have more understanding of electrical engineering than I do. That could be the case. I am not an electrical engineer. It was just my topic of study at university. So, Round Thinker says, very mature of you to always take the side with the facts. Well, that's how I cheat at debates. I just make the other guy take the factually false side. I mean, it's not a secret. Speaking of doing that, I am debating Nathan Erickson. I teased you there. You thought it was one of the others. Nathan Erickson next Tuesday on Jaren's show. That will be 6:00 p.m. Central Time. So what I will do is I'll do a live stream simultaneously of myself on Jaren, and then probably right away after jump to a second stream where it's the after show. So that's what I'll probably do. So yes, another Nathan Erickson. So Nathan Erickson lives in the Minneapolis area. So a couple of weeks ago, myself, Nathan, and Brenda met. We met at a coffee shop in Minneapolis, and we had a good conversation. It was it was like 3 hours we talked. So it was really good. Nathan is a polite guy to talk to. So a very different experience than some other flat earthers that I met. He offered to pay for my coffee. I said, no, thank you though. He did pay for Brenda's. So good for him there. So a nice guy for that. So I'm looking forward to that. I've got two more events this week. I think Friday I will be doing a live stream interviewing somebody. So be looking for that. And then in the evening, Friday during the day, I'll be doing a live stream with a guy from England. Well, I don't know if it's a live stream. It's for his podcast. So it might be pre-recorded. So that will be happening. It's a guy on TikTok that has a very large following on TikTok. And he's been dabbling with flat earthers lately. And he's pretty sharp for a not... Sorry, he's not a debunker. And I don't know how much science background he has. But he does pretty good on there. So... Okay. How we doing? Is anybody have any more questions about it? Did I cover everything that I wanted to cover that happened? I didn't finish this. So they all went outside. They went to the grass next to it. And we walked out through the derpa flurfs there. And then went out to the car. And my wife and daughter, they were like, oh, we're so tired and hungry. So, and I start going out, and then I'm like, oh, there they are. They're all kind of milling around, and there's the two police cars. Well, I will not, instead of going out that way, I'm going to turn right here. And I drove slowly through the derpa flurfs right next to Austin as he was live streaming. So if you watch his live stream, after the end there, you can see my truck. I found it. There's your little bit of send me a screenshot of my truck. How about that? Send me a screenshot of my truck from Austin's live stream. What should the winner get? I'll mention you the next time. I don't know. Greg Andrews says, I'm embarrassed. I did not know there were 200 flurfs in Tennessee. I am in Tennessee. They were not native Tennesseans. Most of them were traveled there to come to this debate. Is it weird that I went there? Okay, yeah. But this is my hobby. And as I said before, your support made it possible to go there financially. So thanks for that. Most of them, except for Dearth and Whitsit and, maybe one or two others, they don't earn from this. This is their religion. They're so dedicated to this religion that they came there for it, to see their guy, Dean, talk about it. And it's sad to see that many coming there for that reason. There are so many that are deceived. It bothered me. It bothered me looking back on it. It bothers me that there are that many that are so fooled by this. And some people are like, oh, what's it matter? They're just a fringe group, and they're just this, and they're and if you're not a Christian or not a religious person, then what do you care? It's making flat earth makes Christianity look bad. It does. And people that don't like Christianity or don't like the segment of Christianity that it tends to be more popular in are like, good. I get that. I do. I don't mind when something I don't like looks bad. But here's where it's more dangerous than you want to, than you might think. Dean Odle ran for office in Alabama. He ran for public office. I don't remember. Maybe governor. I don't know. Matt Long, who was there, ran for public office in Texas. Candace Taylor. She has had Dearth on 3 times, and Matt Long once with Dearth on her podcast. She ran for governor in Georgia. I think there's another one in the Northeast somewhere. So they want to be involved in politics. What would one Governor Flurf do? One Governor Flurf would beget another Governor Flurf, and would beget another politician and another politician. Do you want your least favorite political party, doesn't matter, having flat earthers in it? What if they got enough power to do something? That's disastrous, right? That they want to shut down everything that they don't like, starting with NASA. But it wouldn't end there, because that wouldn't satisfy them. That wouldn't solve their problems. Shutting down NASA wouldn't make the Earth flat. They would still think the Earth is flat, and they would still try to keep doing things. So Peachy. All right. Peachy Toady says you did a crap job covering the debate. No one should super chat to you ever. What does the $ mean in the comment? Mean. And then the albino bad guy says Austin is streaming live right now about the conference. You should pop over. Okay. Let's see. Is it? Oh my gosh. He loved it. Okay. Let's listen. I'll do it here. Oh, there he is. Let's listen to what he's saying.
Earth blocking the light from the sun, casting a shadow onto the moon. So if it's actually above the Earth, your model's prediction is specifically wrong. That's a geometric impossibility, not to mention the shadow comes from the top down, which is the wrong way.
Again, it's just
falsifying.
It's he doesn't understand the globe. That's all it is. But it doesn't solve anything. So he's talking about eclipses.
All the maps are wrong.
So he's talking about eclipses. Austin is talking about eclipses. He doesn't. So pointing out your misunderstanding of how the globe works does not mean that it works for flat Earth. You have the burden, Austin, of showing how it works for flat Earth, and he can't do it. That's the standard deflection. You can't explain it for your model, and so what do? You instead go for a misunderstanding of the other guy. That's a straw man. Selenelian eclipses is what he is talking about, and it's completely predicted on the globe, and the direction that the shadow moves is completely predicted on the globe. You don't understand it because you're not smart enough, Austin.
All the maps are wrong.
All the maps are wrong, and they know it.
So then why isn't your map wrong when you say Antarctica encircles the entire disk and the north?
Oh, you're just a hater. More talking points? No, they're just specific refutations. Where's the data for any flatness, my guy? All plane survey measurements in the history of mankind. Here, listen carefully. Where's the data for flatness? Here's the data, okay? Listen carefully. I got you. Don't worry. Okay.
He doesn't understand.
We send radio transmissions over 100 megahertz, line of sight horizontally over the Earth, over 2,500 miles. It's been recorded as amateur world records multiple times. According to the
Tropospheric ducting, Austin. Like,
The globe model, nothing over 40 megahertz can bounce back down off the ionosphere.
troposphere.
And those radio waves should be blocked at less than 200 miles. Yes, they go 2,500 miles line of sight over 100 megahertz. We also have microwaves that go far beyond the... So
Okay, so this is the interesting thing. When you ask them, why can't I see Mount Everest from somewhere, right? If the Earth is flat, there's nothing between you and Mount Everest. They say, oh, you can't because the air blocks it. The opacity of the air blocks it. Air blocks microwaves too. Air blocks radio waves. They're all just photons, Austin. If you can't see the visible light from it, there's no reason why you should be able to get other wavelengths of photons also. Higher or lower, pick them.
supposed curvature of the Earth, that's a physical wave that goes out, right? Even though waves aren't things, they're just types of movements, a perturbation of the background medium. We won't get
there. He's quoting Ken Wheeler, things that he doesn't understand.
into that. We send microwaves and radio waves line of sight right through where the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be, and it doesn't get blocked. That is a physical refutation, and i.e. a measurement once the signal
That's not a measurement. There's no numbers. Measurements have numbers, Austin.
is reached, right? We would know the distance, okay? And we would know that distance is achieved via horizontal line of sight propagation. Therefore, that's a physical measurement, a physical refutation of the curvature of the Earth. There is some data for flatness. By the way, I've been in this, you're typing and not listening. So.
He didn't address tropospheric ducting. Why not? So tropospheric ducting is what happens. So different frequencies bounce in different areas of the around as you're sending them out. So below 30 to 40 megahertz, the ionosphere at the right angle will bounce radio waves. And so when Marconi sent a signal across the Atlantic, that was below 30 megahertz. So the globe predicts it. They didn't understand all the details back then, but they came to have a better understanding later. Same thing for the Knickenbein in World War II that Germany used. But the higher frequencies are in the troposphere. So the ionosphere is pretty high up. The troposphere, when there is specific, it requires very specific weather conditions. It doesn't always happen. If the Earth were flat, it would have to always happen. It requires very specific conditions where inside the troposphere, you've got very rapid temperature changes so that you have these boundary conditions above and below the troposphere where these temperature changes cause not just refraction, but total internal reflection. So part of Snell's law is at what angle things will bounce instead of refracting. And so within the troposphere that happens. And again, it only happens in certain weather conditions. For the Earth to be flat, it would have to always happen, because why is it not always happening? You need to provide an explanation for that. We can explain why it does happen in the right conditions and why it does not happen in other conditions. We've got the explanation. You have nothing, Austin. Can't wait for his multi-$1,000 radio skip zone flat earth proof test, or rather the adult debunks to follow. Yeah.
I'm not going to respond anymore. It's all good. Let's just keep going with the stream.
North Pole is right in the middle. Why isn't your map wrong, but our map is wrong, but the model proves that all the predictions for our map are 1,000% correct?
They're not. The earliest, listen, you got.
They're not. There you go. Ooh, I didn't have it on screen. They are. And Dean just lied. So this is the beginning part where they're sitting down and talking to each other. And Dean was claiming that maps, that the globe maps are wrong. And he's like, Mercator projection. That's a projection. They are correct in their usage, understanding that they are projections. The correct non-projected map of the Earth is a globe. And that's a correct map. The scale is correct. The sizes are correct. The distances are correct. This is not correct. There is nothing about this that works. This doesn't work ever. Never.
got to understand that there are people. That's why they.
I do understand. That's why I'm asking you the question.
You interrupted me. I tell you what. I'm not going to do this interruption thing. All right. I'm not. So we can just go to a presentation if we're going to do this. I'm not.
I would have loved to have Dean do his presentation and to have you in the chair portion of the debate. Yeah, that would have been wild. That would have been a good time. And I would just try to stay super calm. Dan Weston, thank you for the $10 super chat, brother. Much love.
I just want you to answer the question.
No, I'm not.
You keep interrupting.
So yeah, and this was good. If you didn't watch this portion of it, this was probably the best part, because Greg was pressing him, why don't you have a map? And that's exactly right, and an accurate map. Well, Dean claims this is correct. It's on the cover of his stupid book. This is on the cover of his book. It's in his video presentations. He claims this is correct. He says, he quotes the Bible, circuit around. He says the Bible is describing Antarctica. That's what he says. Antarctica. He says this is described in the Bible when the compass does the circuit around the earth. When God sits on the compass. Yeah, it sits. Here's the compass. It says sits. He sits on it. So there's an earth-sized compass. Right? A compass this big. God's sitting on it. You're going to take it literally. That's what it says. That's what it literally says. But this is his map. This is what he says is correct. Over and over and over, he says this is the correct map, but it never works. There's nothing about this map that works. Everything about the globe works for distances. It's used for navigation. Yeah, the distances are correct. Mercator is used for sea navigation, and the distances are correct because there's the people that know how to use the map correctly, and get the correct distances. For air navigation, they use Lambert conformal conic projections. And again, if you, depending on your needs, you can get precise distances. Using that, there's a way to do it. It's part of the formula that's used, the geometry that's used to produce the map. And they specifically say these two lines of latitude are the secant lines, and their scale is 1-to-1, or is not 1 to x on there. And everywhere above and below are different scales, and there's ways to account for that if you need.
Interrupting him.
Why not?
I'm not going to do this interrupt because I start giving an answer, you interrupt me.
No. Answer the question.
I'm not doing it.
Now, who is it that's acting inappropriate already?
Give you 30 seconds of silence. Why do you not have a map or a model that can make predictions?
Why? We do. And I'm going to tell you.
You do? Now, this is where Austin is supposed to say this.
We don't have a model.
Yeah, you don't have a model, Austin, right? You should correct Dean there.
It's been very accurate. The astrolabe is another instrument that's proved this. It's based on a flat, non-rotating Earth.
No, it's not. The astrolabe has different discs. So if you're not familiar with an astrolabe, it's there's two parts. There's an angle measurement portion of it, and then there's these discs that you put inside of it, different discs for your latitude that show the sky, the stars in the sky, and there's a portion of it where you can see into it, and then there's a portion where you don't, so you put your time of day on there. And if the Earth were flat, you would always be able to see all the stars because nothing would be between you and the stars, right? The stars that were directly above the dome, the stars that were embedded in the dome just above the edge near Antarctica, as long as there isn't a tree blocking your view, you'd be able to see it. And it would be moving horizontally very quickly. And then you'd look towards, up towards the north. Doesn't matter how far south you went. You'd see the North Pole star. You'd see the North Celestial Pole. That's how the geometry for flat Earth must work, but it doesn't. But an astrolabe is based on a globe. And he lied again. An astrolabe is not based on a flat, non-rotating Earth. I don't know why he put non-rotating in there. An astrolabe would work for a geocentric or non-geocentric globe. The same, but it doesn't make any claim. There's no necessity for the Earth to be stationary or not stationary for an astrolabe. but it only works for a globe because if it worked, you need different disks for different latitudes. But Dean is ignorant, he's stupid, or he's a sheep, or he's lying.
That's how they navigated seas long before we got to this nonsense, okay, about their spinning ball thing. It's always been based on, even the compass itself is based on a flat, circular Earth. It doesn't work.
How is the compass? I've got a compass here. How is this based on a flat, right? That claim needs evidence. You don't have any evidence, Dean. You lied again. Dean, you just lie and lie. What's wrong with you? Stupid. You're just... Ugh.
If you're down here, it's not pointing through the ball. So what I'm saying is that bottom line,
it's not pointing through the ball. So I've done a video before. It's on my channel here, where I have inside of it. I bought a clear sphere and I put a magnet in it. It fell off my desk and broke. I demonstrate it right now. It works just fine. You put it on there, it works just fine. The north end points north, the south end points south. It's easy. You could have done it yourself. You could have tested it yourself. A magnet creates a three-dimensional field. It's disgusting to see. Just parroting lies.
and that is not even the argument. The argument is not there. We know there's discrepancies in the maps, and the early explorers who went into the Arctic region, who used the instruments that they had based on a sphere, they would always find themselves out of reckoning, they said, sometimes extreme out of reckoning when they went there.
You know why? The reason why is because of magnetic declination. Magnetic declination was not well charted in the past, especially in areas of the globe where people had not been exploring. And there's a huge magnetic declination variation on the west coast of South Africa. It's 25 degrees. And then, of course, the South Magnetic Pole in centuries ago was actually over Antarctica, south of Australia. Now it's in the ocean south of Australia. So why were they off? That's why they are off, but they were not off when they used celestial navigation. But celestial navigation wasn't a thing until the mid 1700s, really the late 1700s. So you actually get your latitude, longitude, because it required accurate timepiece. And accurate timepieces were not invented until the mid to late 1700s that were portable. So what time it was mattered a lot, and the more accurate your time, the more accurate your position fix can be. Freelance Minion says Dirth thinks Toon looks like a marshmallow and is a demon. Obviously Toon is Gozer. New idea, let's cross the streams. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Triple Croquet. Did he not say the age of the earth is a weakly held opinion? Okay, let me clarify it again. I gave you there's like this two-dimensional thing. A strong opinion or a weak opinion, right? A strong opinion being a very maybe controversial or something that is not well agreed upon, versus something that's well agreed upon being it doesn't take a lot to hold a weak position. That weak isn't the right word for this. It's just an easy position, automatic, versus a strong opinion, a radical opinion on something like, saying that the earth is a 9-dimensional triangle. That would be a radical opinion. So in within science, the idea that the earth is old is not a radical position. So it's a easy to accept, easy to hold position, because you're not rocking the boat, you're not challenging anything. So, and then there's weakly held versus strongly held. And so that is a different dimension of that particular graph, being how much do you hold on to that position. So for the shape of the earth, I very strongly hold on to the opinion that the earth is a globe. And much more strongly than I did 5 years ago. I've personally tested it many different ways. Versus a weakly held position that, and there's any number of weakly held positions, that would mean I could easily be swayed with additional information. So the age of the earth, I don't hold strongly. I don't have a large amount of experience on it. It's not a topic I'm super familiar with. I don't have, I haven't explored the field. I didn't study it in college. I don't know. I don't think I even took a class. I can't recall any classes that I took that would be specific that would address the shape of the earth. I did not take anthropology, for example. That's not so much about the age. But anyway, yeah. So triple croquet. Why do you have to be a douchebag? Stop it. Just choose to not be that person. I'm right here. Dude, if you want to come on and talk to me and ask me my opinion on it, you can. Send me an email, mc2@mc2.net. I got Zoom. You can come on. I've got, you could come ask me in person about my opinion on these things. Right? So, all right. I'll go back to a little more Witsit here.
Document all this, Captain Ross and all these others. I document captain after captain after captain who, before they had to lie and before there was NASA, that when you go into the southern part, the southern hemisphere, if that's what you want to call it, when you go there, that they are out of reckoning trying to base their navigation on a sphere.
And I know for certain that he didn't show how they were out of reckoning because they were trying to do their navigation based on a sphere, because he does not know how to do navigation.
That's documented history.
Well, I mean, you can make a dead man say anything, so it's easy to talk about what used to happen back then. We have more technology now than the world's ever imagined, and it's growing every day. So why can't you...
But then he claims that it was proven 2,500 years ago.
...do those same things now?
Not navigation, Witsit. Navigation wasn't established 2,500 years ago. The shape of the earth was. It's different. Navigation is more recent than shape of the earth.
Why do you always have to talk about these people that used to try to do this? Did you?
No, he just pointed out that when you go navigate in the south with a spherical assumption of symmetry, it doesn't work.
No, it does. That's not true at all, Austin. So Austin has this book, this old book where some guy was. I don't know what he specifically thought. I don't think he was a flat earther, but I'm forgetting the name of the book, but he was claiming in the book that people were doing their navigation in the southern hemisphere and they were off and it wasn't working. Again, centuries ago. Show anything today. I have, Austin, a $10,000 celestial navigation challenge. And it's to give the process for doing a position fix. That's the challenge. Show the process. And I'll tell you for certain, Austin, the way it works, so hold on, back it up. The way it works is I have a published set of measurements that people can look at, and that will be the first one that we will use to test whether or not your process works. I have some other measurements. Some of them are in the southern hemisphere, and almost certainly if anybody were to find a method to do it, the other observation, the other position fix would be in the southern hemisphere, where the reason why I would do that is because the southern hemisphere is dramatically wrong for flat Earth and definitely right for the globe.
Right now there's between 1,000 and 5,000 people on the continent of Antarctica, and people are like, well, NASA's there.
No one disputes that you can go there with specific government approval in a specific area. This is called a straw man.
And there's these, gunny penguins that are keeping people from getting it. It's just
no. It's just a fact, bro. Think about how weird you sound when the Antarctic Treaty and subsequent legislation is easily accessible. It's easily accessible, bro. You cannot go there. You have to give your route 180 days in advance. They have to approve it. They have to approve your team. They have to approve what you bring. You're not allowed to go past the 60 south latitude without specific express approval. For private free exploration is specifically and expressly forbidden.
No, no, and no. It's specifically accepted. And just because you need to tell somebody where you're going doesn't mean you can't do it. So if you want to go there, Austin, if you want to explore Antarctica, you can. And the fact that you need to tell somebody 180 days before you go there does not mean you can't go there. It just means that you need to put on your big boy pants and plan what you're going to do. And I'll tell you, Austin, I know this will be hard for you, but if you don't have the right supplies, they're going to say, no, we don't want you to go. If you're going to show up there and say, well, we're going to have a boat drop us off and then leave, and we're going to bring bag lunches with us for, we're going to have a little bit of food for us for a week. They will say, we don't want you to do that because we don't want to have to come back 3 days later and save you. They're going to say, bring your stuff, be a big boy, do it right, bring the right equipment. But if you want to do it, you can, and you can privately do it.
You're not allowed to even propose a route directly over it. I've personally reached out to them. And then if they were to approve your route, which they will not approve a route directly over the center, they say it's too dangerous to try to rescue you if something happens, then they make you go through all kinds of permits, one of which costs a minimum of $250,000. And if
that doesn't mean you can't go. It was expensive. That doesn't mean you can't do it.
they then deny you, they don't even have to reimburse you. You can go on an approved guided tour to a very specific little tip. That doesn't help us at all. No one disputes.
Of course it helps. Because if you go to the Antarctic Circle and on December 25th, you look due south in the middle of the night and see the sun, it's not flat. That's all you really need to do, Austin. That's all you have to do. It's super simple. Can you see the sun? Is it there? Right? Maybe it'll be cloudy. So go when the weather is better. Go to an area where it's less likely to be cloudy. Go there for multiple days so that you have a better chance of seeing the sun. Plan it out. If you actually cared, if you actually did, then flat earthers would be going together, planning what they want to do, determining what it is that they actually would want to test. And none of them will say what they want to test. What would you want to do if you were there? I just want to see if they'll let me go. No, you don't. PG Tony says, I had a professional colleague try to eat through a pallet of chocolate mint cookies, we call them biscuits, before the extraction helicopter arrived. So yeah, I say in the middle of the night. So when the sun doesn't set, there's no night, of course. So what does that mean in Antarctica when you're south of the Antarctic Circle? What does middle of the night mean? Well, the local solar noon, let's use that instead, for the midday, right? Middle of the day. So local solar noon would be when the sun is directly due north of you. 12 hours later would be local solar midnight, where in Antarctica, inside the Antarctic Circle, when the sun is visible, it would be due south of you. That's what I said when I said middle of the night. That's what it means. So, BB says use some of that 10K to buy a few one-way plane tickets for Flurfs and let them find the ice wall. Then they can come home. I don't know if 10K would do it. Actually, it might not, because it's expensive. It's a difficult, unforgiving place to go. I would have very little interest in going there unless you know, unless Metallica were playing, then I'd want to go. Right? We can watch their second concert down there. All right.
Disputes that there's ice out there that people can go to. So why do you guys have to lie so much?
It's this fantastical nonsense where people have flown over it, taken pictures. You know, people have all of these people have circumnavigated Antarctica. You can buy a cruise ticket.
This is also easily disproven. The people actually just dip off a little bit into the south of Antarctica, then pop back up north. You can look at their own.
So dipping south and popping back up north is still circumnavigating Antarctica. And he has done this before. Why is this? Let's see here. Yeah, so here is they're going to get all confused. Why is this dipping back south, right, and heading back north? Look at that. That is a circumnavigation of Antarctica, right there. Now this is an equirectangular map of some sort, maybe Mercator. Don't know. It doesn't. I don't see if it says, but that's a circumnavigation of it. You are going south of all of the continents. So if the Earth is a globe, then there is a certain distance that this goes. And if the Earth is flat, there is a certain distance that this goes, and they're dramatically different in their length. The farther south you go on a globe, the shorter this route is. And the farther south you go on flat Earth, the longer this route is. So the portion from Australia over to Cape Horn there, south of America, that portion goes close to 60 degrees. It's the closest to 60 degrees south latitude. The fact that it is not at 60 degrees south latitude does not make it not a circumnavigation of Antarctica. This is a circumnavigation of Antarctica. So why would that be an issue? Why would that be hard for you? It's just an excuse to get out of the easy destruction of flat Earth that this is right here. This is impossible on flat Earth. And this is more to the point. This is a sailboat race. This isn't a motorboat race. This is a sailboat. There's a top speed that these sailboats go. And for this to happen, in the number of days that it happens, they'd have to go significantly more than the fastest speed that any of those sailboats go. And they'd have to keep that speed up for every single day. That'd have to be their average speed. Their average speed would be, I think it's somewhere around 25 to 50% faster than the 1 day speed record for these boats. So they'd have to sustain it the whole time. Not possible.
Published and projected routes that prove they didn't go over Antarctica or all the way around it.
Again, how is this not all the way around it? What a stretch that is.
All right. You can buy a cruise ticket and go to Antarctica. And here's what's interesting. In 2019, the Flat Earth folks were going to take a cruise to Antarctica to prove their thoughts. Nothing ever came of it.
Here, let me explain that to you.
You can fly there today.
No, you can.
Flying there doesn't do anything, brother.
Yeah, fly there and see the coastline. That's about all you can do. A little bit of the coastline.
Absolutely not.
Oh, yes. And if you want to go there and stay, you have to have permission from a government. Have you ever seen the amount of stuff you have to fill out to go through there?
Yes.
And also, they're not going to let you go on an expedition inland just as a me or you. They're not going to let that happen. And here's another thing. If this would be easy to prove, but they hide this from us too. All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball.
There you go. Dean. And so here's this is crucial. Dean will accept video and photography from people and that back up his pre-selected conclusion. He won't question it. He will not question it. But this video, he will reject. He just said this video says that the earth is a ball. Right here, this video. So, I mean, the problem is, see, flat earthers, they don't like to give a testable position. And the reason why is because then they can be held responsible, and they hate being held responsible. So if Dean went to Antarctica, and saw this, he would reject it. He would. And yes, this is the South Pole. This is really close to the actual geometric South Pole, or geographic South Pole. Let's see. I think we can see the station here at some point. This is a 5-day time lapse taken by a guy. It was quite a few years ago now. And he timed it well. Is that? I don't know if that's it. That might be the main station there. Yeah, there's a little radio antenna pointing straight up. There's another one pointing straight up right there. I mean, look at that. That looks, I live in Minnesota. I know what that feels like in Minnesota, and it's significantly colder there. So, all right, well, it just keeps going. But yeah, let's listen to him again. He's going to, I mean, he said an absolute, and he would never accept it, actually.
The flat earth folks were going to take a cruise to Antarctica to prove their thoughts. Nothing ever came of it.
Here, let me explain that to you.
You can fly there today.
No, you can.
Flying there doesn't do anything, brother.
Yeah, fly there and see the coastline. That's about all you can do. A little.
So Whitsitt said flying there doesn't do anything. Dean is about to say flying there does.
Oh, absolutely not.
Oh, yes. And if you want to go there and stay, you have to have permission from a government. Have you ever seen the amount of stuff you have to fill out to go through there?
Yes.
And also, they're not going to let you go on an expedition inland just as a me or you. They're not going to let that happen. And here's another thing. If this would be easy to prove, but they hide this from us too. All we'd have to prove is go to Antarctica. Let me and you go to Antarctica, spend a week there in the summer, and let's see if the sun does a 360-degree circle all the way around us. If so, it's a ball. But if the sun comes in this way and then leaves that way, then it's not. It is what we say it is. And they have webcam videos, right? At Antarctica. And
all right, we're gonna move on.
Their explanation.
Oh, he didn't like it. Austin didn't like it. Okay. Well, there's only so much of Austin I can take doing the Austin watching that one. Me one, that's too much. If people are interested in this back and forth, I can do it a different time. But all right. Peachy Tony says you don't need to go to Antarctica for 24-hour sunlight. Southernmost South America will do. Well, actually, any December 22nd, December 21st. In almost anywhere in the southern hemisphere will show that this map cannot work easily, right? Because anywhere in the southern hemisphere, and it's elsewhere too, but it's more to the point. The position where the sunrise and sunset is, this map says it has to be north of due east and due west. And so if it's ever south of due east or due west, this is wrong. And just sunrise and sunset angles, just that shows you the shape of the earth. Just that. So, okay. Serena's one says move on equals run away. Yeah. So, the direction of sundown is a killer, says Paul. And yeah, the I think Austin might have gotten a little nervous because Dean was saying something that Austin does not agree with. Because Austin knows that that's testable. The last thing flat earthers want is something testable. So, You Are Mopped says, hey, what's up, MC Toon? Random question for you. Do you think Flatzoid honestly believes the earth is flat, or is he a grifter? Well, can't he be both? He is so dumb. Flatzoid is super dumb. We are going to determine. We're going to figure out that he is the dumbest of the dumb in the top left competition that starts here next month. But yeah, I think he definitely thinks that the Earth is flat. But he's got to. Dollars go a little farther in South Africa than they do in North America. So he's got a little bit of a cash flow going, and so he likes that. I don't blame him for that. Good for him. So, but no, I think he certainly does think the Earth is flat. So, got another one here from Randy Leahy. Love that. Says, attention all flurfs who may be listening. If Flat Earth was true, MC Toon would have lost that 10 G's a long time ago. So 2 choices. Do the challenge or frig off. I got 2 challenges. I got another that I'm ready to, I got a couple that I want to do. The one I want to write up is the eclipse, the solar eclipse. Show using flat Earth how solar eclipses happen. Not just how they happen, but it needs to be predictable to the minute, to the time, something like that, and to the location. Because the globe can do it to the minute, to the location. It shows the amount of totality. So if you're like, hey, where should I go in the United States on April 8th to see the eclipse? The answer to that question is from the globe, comes from the globe. Where does the path of totality go? The globe is what predicts it. And flat earthers just sit there happily being ignorant. Right? It's just blinders. How did that prediction work? In 2017, flat earthers were going around, went on trips to go to where the path of totality was. Bob Nodell, in a text chat that I saw, they were talking about it, and he thought that people were gonna send up high altitude balloons and see Rahu and Ketu. That's what Nodell, if I'm remembering correctly from that chat, it's been a long time since I read it. So how is it, flat earthers, that the path of totality has been predicted for how long? This was published but before 2021, right? It's 2023 right now. The eclipse is 2024. Now, maybe it's wrong. Maybe everything in this book will crumble to pieces on April 8th. But so far it's worked well, because the 2023 October 14 eclipse did this. So the question that I have, the challenge, the conundrum, how do I quantify a challenge? Because to be a legitimate challenge, it has to have clear, objectively measurable acceptance criteria. So I want that, right? I want the flat earthers to be able to actually say, here is where it is, and here's how, So I want them to be able to do that. And so, of course, they can use whatever map they want. So how do you do it? How do you measure? Do you say, well, okay, well, give me 3 latitude longitudes and the time that the eclipse will happen, or because there's within the path of totality, there's 4 contact points. There's when the moon first starts to eclipse the sun. There's when the moon completely covers the sun for an annular eclipse, right? A total eclipse. When the moon completely covers it, and then when the moon stops completely covering it, and then when the moon no longer covers it. So 4 individual points. They're all plotted out to the second for the globe. To the second. To the second. Using the globe. Oh, you guys are such losers. You guys are such losers. Seriously. To the second. Well, no, go to Texas. Go to this location in Texas. At this second, the totality will begin. And at this second, the totality will end. You guys are such idiots. This was published 4 years ago, more than 4 years ago. Flat Earthers, never has there been a bigger group of losers in all of history than Flat Earthers. That people have had ridiculous beliefs before. They have. But to this was predicted using the globe. This is a globe showing where on the globe the path of totality will be. It's to the second. You can't even, none of you can even decide whether or not the moon is physical or plasma or a hologram or an interdimensional portal. And same for the sun. You don't have an idea that all of you or even half of you can agree on. How do eclipses happen? You don't have a clue. I'll tell you what time it happens to the second. Yeah, Flat Earthers, you are the biggest losers in all of history. And the reason why, it's so much more than that. Because, I don't know, what other incorrect beliefs people have had throughout history. When they're shown, because they're usually, often there's some sort of a religious thing, right? Of course. But let's look at the people that claimed that the rapture was going to happen on a certain day. People bought billboards. People went into debt buying billboards warning about the rapture coming. Right? When that date came and went and the rapture didn't come, those people did not keep saying the rapture is going to happen in the past. They didn't keep saying that. They stopped saying that. Their delusion came to an end when some fact that was undeniable came up. This is an undeniable fact, and you still deny it. You can't predict eclipses. Just yesterday, I was trying to set up a debate with a guy on Facebook. And he's like, yeah, you got to explain eclipses on the globe. Okay. I will be glad to do that live in a debate. And you will be glad to also provide how eclipses happen on flat Earth. Now, I asked him that, and that's how debates don't happen. And I know this. I've built kind of some do's and don'ts about how to make debates happen, how to get new people to come and debate. One thing that doesn't work is to expect them to produce something. Right? Like people when you're talking about celestial navigation, the flare has to go first. No. The reason why is we all know they can't go first. Think about that. Let me convert into a mild-mannered software engineer instead of a flare crusher for a minute. I could never have gotten John Refracted Curvature to come on to talk to Ruhif about celestial navigation if the deal was that he had to do celestial navigation. He never would have come on. He knows he cannot do celestial navigation. Every flat earther knows that they cannot do celestial navigation. Every flat earther knows that they cannot explain eclipses. Every flat earther knows that they cannot provide a mechanism for the bottom-up obstruction. They can't tell you when the tides will happen, or when a spring tide or a neap tide will happen. They can't tell you anything. So expecting them to come on under the condition that they show you something like that is a guaranteed way to not have a debate. So, and debate in quotes, right? In a real, actual, formal debate, no flat earther would ever enter into it. Because if you look at what a real debate entails in here, it entails them making a claim and then supporting that claim with evidence. Yeah, I have it bookmarked right there. They call it data claim warrant, right? So you've got data that points to the claim and then the warrant, the reason why. So they know they don't have that, right? So then they talk, well, they won't let us go to Antarctica. Well, just show me, the map. Well, they won't let us freely explore it, so we can't make a map. Make a map that does not include Antarctica. Change the topic. Yeah, how do eclipses happen? Sorrow cycles, Antikythera mechanism. Okay, show me how. Squirrel. They can't. And they know they can't. So I know, and this was the mistake I made in trying to get this guy to come to a debate. I didn't think he was going to come. So I kind of put this out here to kind of short circuit it, because people yap in DMs. and I just get I figure out, yeah, he's not going to come. He never will debate. He doesn't have the guts. Or he knows that he doesn't have anything. That's the other thing, right? But they know they don't have anything. They're like, oh crap, I would have to back up my claims. No, all that they wanted, they think that they prove the earth is flat by asking questions about the globe. That's not it. If you want to establish the earth is flat, it requires measurements. There are consequences to the claim. You need a map. You need to explain downward acceleration, the magnitude, the variation in the magnitude. You need to explain why the sun and the moon stay up. You need to explain very specifically what causes the sun and moon to set and what time and angle they will set. All of these things are an absolute necessity to establish that the earth is flat. And you've got none of them. Not one. Not one. What's the sun made of? You don't know. How does it produce heat and light? You don't know. Demonic Leprechaun says, don't forget step 2, not accepting the answers that are given to them. Yeah, they don't. They're like, show me the curve. This happened just yesterday on Twitter. Somebody said, show me the curve. I sent a picture of the curve. He literally said, all you did was show me mathematical calculations. It was a picture. It was like 2-3 words. Here's the curve. 3 words. Here's the curve. And his answer was, all you did was show me mathematical calculations. It's a picture. A picture. Then he goes, now prove that it's real. What is your criteria for accepting a photograph or a video as real? What criteria did you use for the videos and pictures that you accepted as real for Flat Earth? I want to use the same criteria. Of course, they will never state the criteria. Let's see. Gowden's Raber says, both Caleb and Flatzoid are so ignorant idiots. Caleb is even worse for he really thinks he knows stuff. They both really think they know stuff. I think Flatzoid is more confident in his ignorance. about flat Earth. But Caleb, I think Caleb's a little more bluster. But if you've seen Caleb on Twitter lately, wow, he got angry. He's like, I'm gonna ferociously attack those people. And I'm like, can you ferociously post the map? Here's some celestial navigation. Can you ferociously do some celestial navigation? He did nothing. So yeah, they have no criteria. It's all over the place, and that's critical. If you're going to set criteria for what you accept, if you're going to reject a photograph, you have to have the same criteria for rejecting all photographs and accepting all photographs. And we see that like with Jin, CBR1. I had him on. His criteria is, and at least he gave us this clear thing. Others are coy about it. He just comes out and says it. He says everything that supports flat Earth he will accept, and everything that doesn't he will reject. That's it. So when he says, show me the photograph of the curve, he has pre-rejected everything. He has at least said it, but we know every flat earther will do it. We know they'll all reject it. And yes, Caleb has gone straight to love of the German Führer circa 1939 on Twitter. Yes, absolutely. And so this is a time for flirps to see what they're made of, right? Will they allow him to play in their reindeer games? They should not. See, Dubé is in his own group for the most part. Dubé alone is his own group. Then you got Jaron and used to be Bob, but and Karen B, Witsit, Dearth, they're in a group. And then you've got Oakley and his dummies, and you've got Dell and his dummies. And you've got, Awake Souls and Limitless, just the two of them, and PJC Net that are that's it. That's their whole, the two of them and an audience of one. Caleb has been in the Jaron, Witsit, Dearth, Karen B, Globebusters group. He's tried to become part of that group. But his love of the Führer, I don't know if that's going to allow him, it should not allow him to remain in that group. Certainly, I would not expect Dearth would be accepting of that. Dearth, being the heritage that he is not the kind of guy to be a fan of that German Führer. So, I don't know. We'll see. It will be interesting. Because you've heard there's only one way to respond to a friend of the Führer, and that's with one of these to the face. And I have a hard time disagreeing with that. So, Chai says for $2, thanks for the weekly headaches. You have a couple bucks. Thank you. Peachy Tony says, sincere question. Why does Jaron not accept he was wrong about what I said? You'll have to remind me. There's many things. There's many things that he's wrong about. But this is all right. I got, if you could clarify that. But in the meantime, somebody sent me a photo of my maybe truck. And so let me... I'll put it up here for everybody to see, and you can have a look. So there it is. It's a little dark. There is a truck right there over on the left side. That's not Witsit. So at this point, Witsit had to go to the bathroom, and he handed out the phone to this guy on the left. The guy on the right was actually sitting like right now in my aisle, on the end of the aisle that I was in. I don't recognize either of these guys. Oh, no, the guy on the left, that's Run Bear something. The other guy, I don't recognize. So no, though. That is not my truck. But good try. It. I'll give you a little more hint. Witsit is holding the phone when I drove by. I saw Witsit, and that's how I knew to look in his stream for it to see if by chance I was as I drove by if I made it. And I did. It's in the stream, but Witsit's on screen. So there it is. There it is. Good try though. That's pretty cool. C.V. McCullers says, from our understanding of the universe, math is the only constant. It's our only universal language. Meh, numbers. Okay, let's have a spelling contest. Two Stroke for me says, is that Witsit's clone? No, he does kind of look like Witsit. I'll put it back up there. It's dark here, but no, he doesn't look that much like him. But yeah, he kind of does, but no, it's not. Okay. Dudes, where's my truck? Okay, hold on a second. All right. I just got this from Hugh Jars. He goes, is this your truck? No, it's not my truck. Okay. PG Tony. Jaren's claim is that I said no one ever died because of receiving a... that is not what I said. Oh, okay. The medicine for that sickness that went around is the thing where Jaren's claim is that I said no one died because of receiving a medicine for the sickness. That is not what I said. Okay. There was a lady in northern England, northeast England. Yeah, northeast England that did die from it, and that is the actual case. And I think it's on the death certificate. All medicine has side effects, and all medicine has potentially terminal side effects. Different people have different reactions. A lot of people are deathly allergic to penicillin. Don't give it to them, right? And if you don't know that they're allergic to it, and you do give them penicillin, well, that could be very bad. So people that know that they're allergic to penicillin make it a point to say, hey, I'm allergic to penicillin. But on the other hand, very rarely is just regular old penicillin used. It's usually something else like amoxicillin or something. So Hugh Jar says all medicines except whiskey. So anyway, that is not my truck. Let's see. All right. Okay. Well, this has been fun. I do, let me say I have two more things here this week. I've got that podcast. I don't know if it's recording or live. If it's live, I'll do it on my Conspiracy Tunes channel. And then I do have on Friday night, I'm doing a video here, talking to somebody about dark matter, somebody that knows things, not a flurf. So, so I might do another one I might do something tomorrow. We'll see. I don't know. I was going to have Dion Smo. If you remember, Dion Smo, it was going to be tomorrow. I talked to him last night. He's been too busy. And he was like, what? He's like, oh, I still, it's so much. He's like waffling around. I go, Dion, if you can't make it, if it's too much, just tell me. It's okay. We have enough of a friendship that you can just tell me and I'm not going to be suspicious and we can reschedule. And he's like, oh, thanks. I don't know if how much that meant to him. But Dion, you're my friend, and Dion is goofy, but he's our guy. Love you, Dion. And don't nobody say nothing bad about him. He's funny. I love it when he comes on. Some people think he's a Poe, some don't. I cannot figure him out. Normally, for most people, I'm pretty confident. I don't know for Dion, but anyway, he can't tomorrow. He's got too much going on. So, oh yeah. So talking about Karen B. Tomorrow, Karen B is on Jaron and talking about meltology. I asked Jaron, I texted him, I said, what's the topic? He said, metrology. I said, metrology, the science of measuring things? Karen B is talking to somebody about the science of measuring things. I don't think any flat earther knows about the science of measuring things. That's one of the problems with flat earthers. They don't know how to measure things. He goes, no. Meltology. The guy that Karen B is debating thinks that the Rocky Mountains are melted buildings. I'm not kidding. He thinks the Rocky Mountains are melted buildings, and Karen B says no. And so I am 100% on Karen B's side on this one. So I could, if my schedule allows, I might live stream that debate. I have to see what time it is. It's at, it was so funny. It's so funny. Oh my gosh. Anyway, the guy that she's debating is called Sacred. Anyway, so PhD Tony says, someone who knows things. I thought you were talking to me. PhD Tony, I do need to get you on. So this will be what's coming up on Friday. This will be one of the episodes of the next run of the Toon Show podcast. So I'm going to probably live stream some or all of them and record them, and then put them out in a one per week once I have a collection of them as a season of podcasts. So that's the idea. So PhD Tony, Professor Phil Bell, Eric Burns, Professor Parks, anybody else that has anything interesting. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to be a PhD or anything. So Leslie Rohr says, I know a bit about metrology. So yeah. Hey, if anybody has any expertise, anything. Oh yeah, Cody Payne's going to come in. Any expertise, I'd love for you to come on and tell me about your expertise. We all have an expertise. If you've been doing something for years, you're good at it. Maybe not. So, and I would love to know about the details of something that you might think is banal. But it might be interesting. So send me a message, mctoon@mctoon.net, and we'll see. Yeah, let's do it. So, all right. Ooh, do I want to talk about tube amps? Says Fox Tick. I do want to talk about tube amps. Yes, I do. I really do. I've designed some, never built them. I've designed some. Yes, I love that topic. So yeah, mctoon@mctoon.net, Fox Tick. Let's do it. That really. Oh, yes. Eric Burns, more about stars. Okay. Anyway, people, thank you very much. It's been over 4 hours. It was just kind of a decompress. I didn't need to decompress. I drove 16 hours in 2 days. I decompressed plenty. Just to go over the debate, it was it was weird. It was interesting. The claim that the Bible says the earth is flat is 100% destroyed, because in order for it to be the case, it would have to be unambiguous. People would have to look at that and say, yes, that's definitely what it says. For example, if the earth were a 9-dimensional triangle, and an all-powerful God wanted to communicate that to people through the writings of people in a book, then it would say something like, the earth is a 9-dimensional triangle and it's important that you know that. That would be a way to do it. You definitely would not want to do it using all sorts of vague metaphors that lots of people will interpret differently. That would be the opposite of a good way to do it. So there you go. All right, people, thank you very much. We'll see you next time, but get ready to rock out to some Christmas.